Section 1 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Guo. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 1. 12 long years of European travel had failed to still the beauties of my own country. I compared the exquisite, restful view to the garish expansiveness of foreign panorama. Though fact and freight with experience, it was a tingling delight to gaze once again upon this fair, smiling home country, whose mountain-lined distance of vivid heliotrope formed superb contrast to waving fields of deep yellow corn. I flung aside the book I was reading with its repellent thoughts, and the dewy freshness of a bright July morning weaned me from poppy-drugged ideas. I thought it is the grand finale of this wonderful collection of moods and wandered out in the glorious sunshine and the fields beyond. Upon the huge mound of hay I lolled, enjoying the delicate fragrance of roses mingled with the heavy, pungent scent of carnations, and lazily watched the blue butterflies flitting above, while black field reptiles ventured close, wondering what species I might be, then vanishing at the least movement. The hum of insects seemingly swelled to the city's roar. All nature was active with industry. I alone was the drone, the master of this rural, enchanting, warm, lazy scene, which, like a veil, spread over the vast area of my possessions. Powerfully wealthy, I gloat in enjoyment and exist merely to squander the fabulous riches inherited from ancestors who worshipped at the shrine of accumulation that I, the culminating period, should revel in profligacy. Value has no significance, and to me there is naught under the blue heavens that is priceless, except perhaps a new experience. I came from a queer clan. We could date our premier back to the 12th century, a Florentine dealer in precious stones, whose interest in history filled one with documents handed me when I reached the age of supposed discretion. Originality was our motto. All were gifted with keenness and enterprise, though dotted periodically with mania. Just dash, you understand, to aid personality and create distinction. Avarice was strongly developed, darling fear forcing us to brave many perils, and with scholars of warning contained the great chest of documents which even I failed to unseal. We had survived many disasters, and twice narrowly escaped oblivion. We possessed a doubtful legend, and close guarded a buried tomb of fondness. Yet with all our cunning, two fools nearly snuffed the name out of existence during the 15th, and again at the close of the 17th century. My thoughts often dwelt upon these afflicted kinsmen. Both had been mad, of course. Their comedian brains merely reflected the brilliant glints of their rare collection of gems. One coveted the green light flaring in the crown of Isis, and early mastered the knowledge that all men perfect when they are too old to profit by it. Anticipation is the nectar of realization. He was radiant in longing for the mystic green he could never possess, and existed in a daring dreamland that all men desire but never contemplate. His marvelous collection of emeralds formed the foundation of our almost fabulous wealth. It was similar malady that afflicted the later kinsman, who closed his career with a rabidness that slanted a muddy sheet, consuming centuries of gigantic endeavor to clear. His madness lacked reverence, but keenness, determination, proved talent had he not been abnormal. He conceived a frenzied desire to possess a famous jewel with a rich setting of superstition and priceless value. The cutting fascinated him. He jeered at warnings and made offers of purchase with a persistency equal his mania. When realizing the wealth of the world contained not the value of the stone, he called it a feat and stole the gem. Years later, he was found murdered, horribly mutilated. Aware of the fate destined for him, he reasoned a life forfeited justly covered all debts. The stone was our property. He failed to trust it out of his keeping, however, and when the final, awful moment arrived, his insane cunning outwitted the assassins. He swallowed the stone. I have it sunk in a broadband of gold. After the exploit of this fanatic, we scattered over the world, and though our name suffered a tottering abbreviation, we were easily traced by our wealth. Luck followed us in all undertakings. Riches accumulated. But doubting the truth of the superstition surrounding the stone, it is indisputable that from the date it entered our possession, love departed. We were known as a cold, calculating, heartless people, with a doubtful intellect usually accompanying wealth. We purchased affection as we would any set of bauble, and lived the life of indifference and final dislike the purchased article always brings. The curse was a short, loveless existence, crowned with intangible longings. I recollect very little of my parents, both having passed away during my infancy, but I am liberally supplied with relatives who are disagreeably vivid, treacherous, small, scheming, and gifted with a keen eye for profit. Just relatives. It was a kind providence, chiefly law, and that placed me under the protection of Middleton and Co., a trio of the ablest and shrewdest of lawyers. They sent me to college, where I passed some years, though really it was not necessary. The intellect of a millionaire is generally accredited heavy with metal, though when backed with distinction, a most desirable bric-a-brac. I early discovered nothing was expected of me except good nature and generosity. The commonest attributes were denied me, and though of a sunny temperament, eventually I grew bitter, scorning the mercenary. To be constantly striving to force measure above a companionable appendage was a cruel trial. However, my college life was not so difficult while I crushed the romantic nobility of youth. I became resigned to my value, and easily tolerated the adulation my wealth inspired. I was extravagantly generous, and considered a real good fellow, who gave real good times. Occasionally I indulged in spasms of ambition, and when controlled by this feverish sensation, vowed to outclass the associates who imposed upon me. I had a vague idea of fame, worth gained through merit, not purchased. These attacks invariably visited me after an evening passed with Professor Sax-Lindner, the only individual in the wide world who understood me and honestly believed in my possession of brains, and who pronounced my name always with full entirety, Vigilius Saluggi. Sax-Lindner was a man of brilliant mind, quiet, simple, seeking solitude, and delving deep in all manner of mysteries. My gold carried a little weight with him. He was sincerely fond of me, and consequently rated me soundly for all indiscretions, declaring I would regret wasting the best years of my life, and deadening my vast talents. Though he failed to state in what particular line my genius lay, I believed him. Frequently I sought him, weary and in need of sympathy, but he regularly refrained giving any, telling me I was simply suffering the dissatisfaction of inferior association, and he could not understand my persistence in such a course. He begged me to cultivate seriousness and avoid flattering clowns. Frivolity was altogether out of my line. I was born for greater, higher things. Young and fond of pleasure, I ignored most of his advice, yet his words vividly impressed me, and in after years, profiting by his counsel, I became known as a man of many ideals, a trifle eccentric, and notoriously willing to fling away a fortune for a new experience. Sax Lina and I became great friends, yet with the ending of my college days we drifted apart. I plunged into the social gaiety that awaits all rich young men, and learned more in 1 month of idleness than in all the years passed at college. I became wild, fast, yet deceived all with assumed unsophisticatedness, and was a great trial to Middleton and Co., who kept a sharp lookout for squalls, remonstrating and warning me of disasters they could not steer me out of. Maliciously I parried with them, while debauchery fostered ennui, and the dormant characteristics of my people roused to activity, impregnating my system with a pessimist's germ. Much encountered subtlety and unscrupulousness ceased causing anxiety. I developed an impenetrable armor of caution, and sought diversion in heartless analysis. The word is money-mad. Lovelessness, the curse of my people, was upon me. It caused no unhappiness. We had all lived through it. But I alone discovered and realized. It developed with mature reason. We were not born with it. Vaguely I dreamed of congeniality and calm affection, but craved neither, and anything deeper seemed annoying. I was incapable of passion, consequently could not inspire it. Iron against all sensations, my callousness astounded even me. I scorned the temptations other men embraced. Contact with the world robbed me of all romance. I lived my life in a few months. In demeanor, I was simplicity itself, jovial and gullible as ever. But where formerly I sought enjoyment, I was now indifferent, content to bask in the supreme delight of proving my convictions correct. I never committed an error. Disinterestedness and gratitude are chimeras. Through my reduced expenses, Middleton and Co. figured and honestly believed the gradual change meant matrimony. In no other way could they comprehend my sudden respectability. Middleton harped continually on the subject. Rollins made it the topic of conversation every time I visited his home. And Burke smiled suggestively, but refrained from remarks. He was not the orator of the form. As daughters did not ornament any of the 3 homes, I became partially convinced of my duty, and following Middleton's advice began a series of inspection of my numerous cousins. With the kind assistance of Rollins' wife, who believed herself too young for Rollins but wasn't, I finally selected a tall, thin young woman with rolling blue eyes, red cheeks, and rather pretty brown hair. Accustomed to crucifix wilted buds, I was attracted to the youth and apparent innocence of the girl. She was Caroline, 19, with old age upon her at 25. She was languid, insipid, and possessed the stereotyped conversation of nearly all girls of her age, who arrange their hair and dress all alike. She sang 2 songs in Italian without knowing anything about it, and worried through 4 instrumental solos with murderous skill. Also, she painted some, but Mama gave it great importance, and became a nuisance in her persistence that all should inspect the awful attempts, which were merely daubs even after the teacher had gone over them. This was the extent of Caroline's accomplishment, which opened the preliminaries every time I ventured near her, and wise people burst in prediction, aided by Mama, had us married early in the skirmish. But Mama was difficult, and Caroline impossible, and both possessed an omnivorous appetite for courtesy. Like boa constrictors, they swallowed, and were always famished, and suddenly an unaccountable chill came upon me, and I discovered the right was mine to live my own life. I could see no reason why I should burden myself with this great nonentity, this Caroline, for the sole purpose of permitting her to inherit my wealth when she became my widow. It was an unnaturally cold conclusion, and Middleton's pointedness became annoying. I advised him to get the matrimonial bug off his head and quit bothering me. I did not regret Caroline, but the affair was rather unfortunate, and she was young to be afflicted with the disappointment that all girls find so bitter and take so hard. Actuated by profound selfishness, I renounced every inclination toward matrimony. Martyr-like, I vowed the lasciviousness of my race would end with me. I would live to squander this vast wealth, and lead the ideal existence the poor imagine the wealthy enjoy. Possibly, I would experience happiness, but in a superficial way. The intents I abhorred. Middleton and Co. were dumbfounded at my strange behavior. Their consternation was rather interesting because unnecessary. But eventually the three country gentlemen greatly bored me, and to our all unpleasant association I stated my long contemplated intention of touring the world. No objections were offered. I was to send news regularly of my doings, and the firm was to be notified at once should anything unusual occur. Loaded with directions, and accompanied by a trio of gay young friends, I started out for adventure. Scarcely had we reached the old world, when I decided to get rid of my travelling companions. They were nice, jolly boys, restless for diversion and amusing because of their eternal appreciation of enjoyment. But I desired freedom, wishing to discover and cultivate any talents I might be gifted with. And to me it was unlimited opportunity, being in a strange land, surrounded by strangers. My three friends early discovered that their pursuits were not mine. We parted without any ill feeling. Then I proceeded to waste my time in 1,000 ways, never accomplishing anything, yet perfectly sincere all the time, childlike in my own ambition, horribly cynical regarding others. I became known, of course, as a man of vast ideas, lacking the concentration that promotes success. I was constantly inspired with thoughts that rarely visit other people, but I kept my own counsel and encouraged the inventive ideas that assailed me. Eventually, various learned people heard of me and my positive convictions, and extended much courtesy while guiding me through all the intricate labyrinths that ever created stupefaction. Greatly encouraged, and as happy as I ever expected to be, I became absorbed in that which three-fourths of the world are ever seeking, and which the other fourths cannot comprehend, fame. Not hampered with advice from individuals who fancied themselves superior mortals, I entered upon heavy duties, much disappointment, which failed to affect me as I brought it upon myself, and many, many years of waste and vast expense. At one time I believed myself destined to become a famous inventor, but after repeated failures I realized the utter impossibility of my productions. However, I was encouraged to continue my experiments, and being considered very promising, and it was the popular impression that in the general confusion I might hit upon something entirely original. I was energetic, and I deserved to. My inclinations were for work. I believed entirely in myself, and continued ambitious till suddenly I developed a pet theory which came upon me unawares, yet took entire possession of my thoughts. For some time I worried along under this compelling influence, then suddenly, without regret, thrust aside inventive ambitions, and with my usual determination to succeed, entered the College of Medicine. Undaunted by the years of study before me, I grasped hopefully all problems labeled hazardous and avoided by others, and became an enthusiast when I discovered my theory a fact undreamed of. It was daring, yet I never faltered delving deep into science that would create universal benefit, convince the skeptical, and perfect success. Finally came the day when knowledge forced me to propound my theory to the medical fraternity. An opportunity to demonstrate was all I asked. I was listened to and not exactly laughed at. That was the impression I made upon the learned gentleman. All admired the suggestion, yet would give no encouragement. Frankly, it was hinted that I was seeking fame, notoriety, not the advancement of science. Yet the theory was feasible, though crude, a lifetime problem, and no one dared back me. Through all unfavorable criticism, I retained my enthusiasm and sought opportunity. My startling theory received worldwide attention, and I lectured all over Europe. When the opportunity presented itself, I demonstrated my theory, and failed. The subject was the victim of a shocking accident, and could not have lived. I prolonged his life 5 months. During that time, he became the picture of health, and progressed rapidly up to a certain degree. Then science utterly failed to benefit. He never regained strength, was unable to walk, and if permitted to stand alone, sank like a pulp to the floor. The kids interested and puzzled the whole medical clientele. The end was unexpected and astonishing. Your theory is new and natural, I was informed. Nothing living has the power to survive the shock of test. The subject from the start is doomed to inward decay. You kill the strength nerves. And I had grasped a suggestion that only master's mind could complete. Raw, immature, my great theory might be, but it was neither unnatural or impracticable. Some bright young student would master the science that I, through lack of ability for application, failed to perfect. Beneath the sun there is nothing new. The wonderful theory I dallied with had been practiced centuries ago, and with many other valuable sciences had through disuse fallen out of existence. The intellect of time is degenerating with us. We grasp and marvel at that at which the ancient giant intellects simply nodded approval. Modernity is the reflection of miraculous originality of the early ages. My career as a physician came abruptly to an end. I was wearied, and for the benefit of science would sacrifice nothing. That which had animated me now became an abomination. The profession of medicine had not scope enough to bring contentment or make me realize the vast ambition of pride. Vanity, vanity, vanity. I floated rudderless upon this cloudy lake and plunged into the huge, sulky, black waves of disappointment. Yet for an instant I gazed in the far distance, beautiful, enchanting, where the sun of fame gilded the enticing pool of success. From my gigantic blunder, I had the courage to extricate myself, renouncing the delights that absorb indolent others, who declare the world an illusion and life an exertion. I donated large sums to various colleges to be expended in penetrating the mysterious science I failed in. Then for years wandered over the world, aimless, melancholy, craving, ever searching the grand, supreme idea that I knew would reach me before peace. India, that great field of abundant superstition, mildly restored my shattered energies. The occult science in its most malignant form attacked me. I was enchanted with fanatical proverbs tantalizing in their promise of what? Nothing. I engaged a dwelling and furnished it up with barbaric splendor, then watched the subtle operations of the strange people I surrounded myself with. They possessed extraordinary imaginations and narrative powers, and because it was impossible, I developed a keen desire to experience some of the delights these fanatics extolled. Following instructions, I spent weeks in the mountains, inhaling dank vapors, and camped in the wilderness, fasting for days, and reading a book, for what purpose I never discovered, and ended it all as unimaginative as ever. I tried my utmost to become convinced of the supernatural, but never for an instant lost the knowledge I was asked to so ardently pursue folly in her mock seriousness. I became ashamed with the realization of the utter nonsense I permitted my intellect to roam in, and the wild-eyed fanatics with their shrieks and convulsions and frenzied endeavors to convince nauseated me when I discovered it was all acting, mere acting, and they were less sincere than I. The fanaticism, immorality, the full rein given to sensualism and vulgar superstition disgusted me. Not but undeveloped or diseased minds are convinced of such farces, an obnoxious weight upon civilization. My cold, calm reasoning of the subject flashed clear, strong, like a vivid blaze of light. I stood alone but powerfully in the right. My ideas were ahead of my time, that was all. I suddenly ended my researches in the occult. I became a worshipper of nature, and gloated in the sunset with its real, rich coloring. In rapture, I gazed upon the ocean with its tracery lace-flecked waves, and the grand swell bursting in deep roar. I calmed my vision with the azure worlds above gradually deepening to a purple beyond imitation, to be studded with billions and trillions of brilliant twinkling lights. And then at the wide, mysterious globe sailing majestically alone. And finally, at noontide, I worshipped the brazen, hot splendor of the sun, and asked what was more awe-inspiring or worthy of devotion than this vast, beautiful something we call nature. With joy, I realized I alone had solved the mystery all were struggling to solve. Nature, divine, beautiful nature, ruled the universe. Continually before us is laid this grand example in its chaste regulations, which never offends. Yet we, the puny, tended little atoms, existing in this wonderful purity, continually offend all laws of nature. If we formed our lives to compare with the vast splendor shining ever before us, we would be divine. Eternity, the germ of imagination, soars to wonderful spheres, it never reaches the sublime summit of the vast glory of the universe. And I still searched for the one great inspiration I knew I was destined for. About this time, I received urgent news from Middleton and Co. They demanded my return and conveyed the impression it was a matter of necessity, causing me to vaguely meditate upon the possibility if I had really reached the end of my powerful fortune. This was laughable, but Middleton and Co. had some strong reason. They always had strong reasons, and it entirely upset the rather flimsy plans I had formed for the future. I used some irritable language, though right down in my heart I had a hankering to see the old boys again. Leisurely, I journeyed homeward, and tremendously enjoyed the trip across the ocean. The voyage was remarkably calm, and I strolled upon deck, inhaling great quantities of fresh, vigorous salt air, and giving a passing glance at the class of people to whom I belonged, saw what is seen always among the rich and idle. Well-dressed satisfaction, without interest or idea beyond their own narrow little world. Fashionable, complacent boredom, A sort of well-bred discontent, idiotic, polite repartee, stifled yawns. A kindly old gentleman interested me considerably. We were together constantly, and I learned he had squandered 3 fortunes, and enjoyed the superb satisfaction of regretting it. He had a wife and a mature family somewhere, and delighted in the thought that they had not the remotest idea of his whereabouts. I knew very well who he was, but did not allude to it, as he travelled incognito, and I feared to annoy him. He was an aristocrat. Such men usually are. Our acquaintance ended with the voyage, but as we parted, he gave me original, wholesome advice, which, like everything else, failed to impress me, though I stored it safely away in my memory. "My young friend," he said, "you have travelled over a great portion of the globe, and encountered a vast assortment of people, and to your astonishment discovered that good predominated. Everybody is good, according to their idea of goodness. Am I not right? You see, I have studied you as you studied me. Salucci, cease to embitter your life with false views of yourself and others. You've entered the wrong track altogether. It is the man all admire, not the wealth which you permit to kill ambition. Interest yourself in financial problems, the most wonderful of all sciences. You are a born financier. God in heaven, what were the faith up to that bestowed upon you every faculty to amass riches, that supplied you with the fortune? What puppets we are! Last night you wished me luck, prosperity. And, Salucci, I wish you happiness. Goodbye." I watched him hurrying away and almost fall into the arms of 2 dapper young men who were waiting for him. They had recognized him as I did, and the object of the interview. The old gentleman smiled genially upon them, but his amazement was comical when they addressed him. He looked politely embarrassed, as though regretting he was not the party they were looking for, then shrugged his graceful old shoulders and quietly departed. And the 2 young men stared at each other, astounded that it was possible they had been trapped into a case of mistaken identity. I was glad we met, however, for he made an otherwise dull voyage extremely interesting. It was a cold, misty morning when the pompous custom-house officials boarded the steamer. The fancy health officers were working themselves into a fret because someone in the steerage had a cold, and the decks were crowded with passengers, eager, expectant, prepared for departure. Unconcernedly, I scanned the dim outlines of the great city I called home, and experienced not the slightest tremolo of excitement, though I had been absent 12 years. What welcome had I to expect? Who cared when I came or went? Affection was not for me, and I grew heavy with longing when, for the first time, I realized how much alone I was in this world. I would never be conscious of anything above the familiar and calculating coldness, sordid cordiality that was continually shown to me, and, reflecting bitterly, I knew precisely what awaited me when the steamer docked. Albert would be there, with a carriage and his perpetual grin. My wealth prevented me even enjoying the little annoyances fortunate others were subjected to. They could appreciate comfort. I was uncomfortable always. At my residence there would be no excitement, all in readiness as though I had never been absent. Later, if not fatigued, I would saunter to the club, there to meet men who, like myself, had no place else to go. They would all hasten to reach my hand and give it the hearty shake men always give to each other, whether they like you or not. And all would simultaneously exclaim, "Glad to see you back, old man. Remain long? What do you have?" I almost yelled with repugnance. Though usually I permitted the gloom to entirely envelop me, there was an undercurrent of consolation that few, very few experience. I was able to gratify all whims and execute all resolves. And generally, when I reached this conclusion, obnoxious meditations evaporated. I strolled among the chattering, enthused passengers, and trying to absorb some of their excitement. Finding this difficult, I turned my full attention upon a small black object in the waters that absent-mindedly I had been watching some time. It was headed straight for the steamer, and the pert little craft, battling the choppy sea, amused me. As it got nearer, I discovered 3 men on the deck intently gazing at the steamer, and then, yes, no, Middleton's launch, and the 3 of them, Middleton, Burke, and Rollins. I yelled to them, "By George, the firm had come to welcome me home." I was not forgotten. They spied me, then all yelled, wild with excitement. They extended their hands, so did I, as though it was possible to shake it at that distance. The launch finally ran alongside the steamer, and 3 eager gentlemen boarded her. The bones in my hands were nearly crushed, yet hardly were the greetings over when my former gloomy thoughts rushed flood-like upon me. In vain I tried to drown the painful doubts, upon my soul. I swear this gentleman had no motive but kindness in hurrying to greet me. Why couldn't I be content with the action? What happiness is there in continually searching the motive? Middleton and Co. certainly had a regard for me, else would have remained in their comfortable offices such a cold, raw morning. Away with this damned eternal probing. Accept what is given, never expect more. Yet, judging from universal bitter comments of injury, humanity is firm in the belief more is given than received. Smiling faces, flattering tongues, affectionate attitudes are at least genuine in exertion. Why question further? It is enough to cement friendship. If Middleton and Co. knew of my engaging thoughts while I was wringing their hands, they would at once send in a bill for all the advice given gratis since my infancy. What a valuable nature is mine, and what disfigurement is humanity to this gloriously beautiful world. I remained a month in town, following implicitly the orders of Middleton and Co. We'd had a thorough understanding plus details, and I learned that my 12 years abroad had made vast inroads upon my fortune. Still, I was several centuries from starvation. I chided the older boys for their needless anxiety. Middleton and Co. hung on to every cent they could grasp, then felt injured. Dutifully, I dined at each of their homes, and gave a return banquet to the club. Also, I attended a few extraordinary affairs, decorations, balls of debutantes. Then suddenly discovered I didn't owe anybody anything anyhow, and quietly slipped down to my country home, that I had not visited in 12 years, and which made me realize for the first time the wonderful pleasure of return. I was born in this simple, rambling, old-fashioned house, surrounded with its acres and acres of boundless wealth. I gloried in the all-pervading peace, the enervating air vibrating with sounds, each a distinct note of music, and all blending in superb harmony. I strolled in the orchards, plucking luscious fruit. I gazed at my own salads, and indulged in the juvenile delight of hunting eggs. I rode with the men upon lofty hay wagons, and lolled countless hours in the fields, and dreamily viewing the far distant valleys sloping gently upward into deep purple mountains. And in all my travels of foreign antiquity flanked with oriental splendor, I could remember no land to compare with the grand, vast freshness of this beautiful home scene. Nor did I consider time wasted in this sublime appreciation. It seemed the joyous, lazy hours passed in the hot sunshine were simply the rest and peace needed to nerve me for coming events that the supreme inspiration enveloped. The rural quietness did not weary me. I indulged in daydreams, and enthused in a thousand plans to be banished as soon as formed. Then one morning, as suddenly as I came, I left all this sultry luxury and returned to the city. With me in dreamland one entire night was Saxelina, Professor Saxelina, whom I had not seen or heard of in 12 years. He had appeared vivid, mirthful, betalked long, but with awakening I remembered nothing, and simply he had thrust himself upon my memory, and I returned to the city at once to search for him. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Centaurians. And this is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yeninguo. The Centaurians by Biagi, Chapter 2. Middleton and Co. were very hazy concerning Professor Saxelina. Berg and Rollins knew nothing, but Middleton informed me the professor had dropped all his old associates when he retired from the college, and in return everybody had forgotten him. He, Middleton, understood Saxelina was involved in some colossal scheme which he had hung on to all these years, and so far his only recompense was in tasting the delights of a hermit. He lived way out somewhere in the suburbs in the little house of his own, did his own cooking, and was very crabbed to outsiders. And while hunting up the man, Middleton asked, I intend to remain some time on this side of the ocean, I told him. I always liked Saxelina, and I simply wished to meet him again. He was the only man who seemed to understand me, and naturally we are congenial. No harm in looking up the professor, he said. I always thought Saxelina a mighty shrewd fellow, and his advice worth heeding. Hunt him up, by all means. Splendid idea. Then Middleton scowled fiercely while I roared. The slip of the tongue and the word was sounded that he always avoided when I was within earshot. Idea, idea, idea. Ah, for a brilliant one. Middleton's chagrin was amusing. Several days later, early one morning, I and a pair of thoroughbreds speeded toward the suburbs to search for my old friend Saxelina. I reined up in front of a little old cottage of one floor, cellar, and attic. The little front garden was overgrown with tall pink flowers and huge yellow ones with broad green leaves. The gate hung upon one hinge, because it liked to and had to be coaxed to open wide enough to admit one. There was a narrow, gravelled path leading up to an olive green door, ornamented with a tarnished brass knocker in the form of a lion's head and with a ring through its nose. And here, in these parts so peaceful and sunny, old Sax had buried himself with his colossal ideas. I strode up to the olive door, and I used the knocker several times with a noisy effect. My summons were suddenly heard throughout the house and several blocks beyond, but all remained calm, peaceful, no sign of a living creature anywhere. I stepped out to examine the premises and discovered smoke issuing from the chimney, so tried my luck again with a series of startling knocks. I heard footsteps, quick, jerky, irritated footsteps. Bolts were snappishly drawn, and the door opened widely. There stood Sax, red and angry, enveloped from head to foot in a huge apron, sleeve rolled up, and armed with a fork. "Well, young man," he bawled, "might have known I didn't want to be bothered. What do you want?" Same old Sax, cross-lovable as ever. I took off my hat and stood smiling at him. He scowled fiercely for a second, then gasped, "Salucci! 'Pon my soul! Why, it's Salucci!" He grabbed and drew me into the hall, gazing at me in astonishment and chuckling softly. In a second, we were wringing each other's hands as though for a wager. "Never expected to see you again, my boy," he told me. "Thought you'd forgotten old Sax completely. Stay a while?" "Might as well," I answered. "Good boy," he laughed. "But say, send away that wagon out there. The whole neighborhood'll think I'm sick and you're the doctor." Sax really looked uneasy. I did as he wished. Then he took me straight to his little kitchen. "Getting up dinner," he explained. "The reason I'm still a man is because I look after my digestion and live well." Upon a huge range were several small pots bubbling, and Sax went to work like a veteran. I attempted to account for myself during the 12 years' absence, but Sax cut me short. "I know all about it," he said. "Kept track of you right along. Regretted very much your sporty life. But for your deserted folly, you cultivated seriousness at the wrong end. You remained at nothing long enough to make a success. You surrendered to failure right off, and the sincere enthusiast never admits failure. You have wasted many valuable years. What will you take later of that? What I have in these poems will improve with simmering. Come, I'll show you about the place." He escorted me through the tiny hall to several rooms. There was a sitting room, a cozy smoking room, a library, and 3 bedrooms. The books in the library were piled high from floor to ceiling without shelves or covering, and tumbled in every direction. "Best way to keep books," he explained. "Too open for moths. The mildew never attacks them. Then, if you want a book, you can lay hand on it at once. I'm here when I'm not in the attic." We visited the cellar, and Sax with pride showed me several brands of fancy wine in casks and bottles, and there was a large variety of imported liquors. 2 cobwebbed bottles he took from the shelves, remarking, "We'll test them later," and then he led the way to the attic, a most remarkable room, comprised the length and width of the house. It was packed with odd instruments. Huge globes and vast maps of the world cut the corners and lined the walls. There were telescopes, and great charts of the heavens, and monstrous cylinders and electric batteries, and tall crystal columns filled with fiery-hued liquid. And there was a queer steel contrivance resembling a table with a top cut out, and suspended in the center was a huge crystal globe, pierced by a steel rod. The globe revolved upon this rod with wonderful rapidity. Sax Lindner vouchsafed no explanations. Another thing which roused my curiosity was something of vast dimensions, carefully covered with canvas. Sex jealously guarded this treasure, whatever it was, and skillfully turned my attention to other matters. And was it for this you resigned everything? I blurted out. Exactly, he replied. Where does it lead to? North Pole. I turned to him in astonishment. He stared back defiantly. I refrained from a remark, but a sensible man like Sex should have such a full desire. And the end? I asked stupidly. North Pole, he cried out impatiently. Well, well, well. He took my arm and led me downstairs, remarking, I was about to eat the finest dinner I ever tasted in my life. I certainly enjoyed the meal. As a cook, Sex was an expert. His superb sultana and Chianti loosened our tongues, and Sex speedily learned I was wild and adrift as to my future intentions. This was during the pessimistic sultana stage, when the preparatory gloom of expected hilarity causes one to view life sadly. And I ended up a long-winded refrain with, Honestly, Sex, I believe at the end of it all will be a woman. Sex was horrified. A woman? He yelled. A woman? Good heavens, Salucci, you must be mad. It's ordinary madness, I snapped, and I see no occasion for excitement if eventually the main idea should develop into a woman. What's so terrible about it? All our brilliant men and heroes ended their careers with women. Stop, cried Sex. Stop the nonsense. You are not in earnest. You'd cease to interest me if you were. And yet there is a lot in your statement. And many great men have ended with a woman. That was their death. But all accomplished their ambition before seeking diversion. I laughed and told him he had just quoted me. Women were the most delightful diversion the world contained. He flushed and tried to appear angry. I laughed louder and asked him how old he was. He seemed younger than when I left college. He shook his head impatiently and cried, Fudge, got over all that 20 years ago. I'm near 50, he told me. But a man can remain the same age 15 years. How old do I look? 35, I answered promptly. I thought so, he replied slyly. A man always remains that at least 15 years, and it is generally understood we do not reach prime till 60. We'd reached the Chianti, and also the conclusion that we were both rather fortunate than otherwise in being alive. And this is a cheering, vigorous thought, and the Chianti inspired lengthy discussions upon all manner of scientific subjects. And as my interests were centered in the attic, and Sex finally took me up there again, I made straight for the great canvas covering, and Sex, who had soon resolved to the winds, assisted me to remove the covering, and to my astonished eyes was revealed the monstrous machinery of what? It was a massive structure composed entirely of steel, and looked like a locomotive resting upon sleds. The snout had a projectile 3 feet in circumference and 9 feet long, terminating at the base to the size of a 3-carat diamond. And the diamond was there, sparkling and blazing away in serene splendor. A ridiculously small button was pressed, and the sleds slowly ascended, exposing the base of the machine, which was shaped like a canoe. Another button pressed, and the projectile shot into a socket. It's magnificent, a marvelous invention, Sex. What's it intended for? But Sex ignored my question. It certainly is a beautiful thing to look at, but useless, he told me. A failure which someday I shall master. I mean a failure to succeed, as I have discovered the faults and I only have to discover the remedy. An odd look of hopelessness and defiance shaded his face. He turned as though to hide the expression. I haven't been near it for months, he continued. Everything is in readiness, though. I keep it that way in case I take the notion and I won't have to waste time in preparations. But to look at it sometimes sickens me. Courage, I told him. You cannot fail. You are master of the instrument because of its imperfections. He sighed heavily, then explained the faults of his machine, which I examined with enthusiasm. I became inspired and declared positively I could perfect it. Sachs smiled and replaced the covering, then trotted me from his treasure room. You are one idea at a time, man. You have said it is the secret of the prolongation of youth. At present, your splendid intellect is a blank, and I will not take advantage of it. Go, remain away a week. Think well of your future, mature what indefinite plans you may have formed. Should you return within the week, I know you are free, untrammeled, open to suggestion and the supreme idea. Whichever way you decide, Salucci, I wish you prosperity and success. I grasped his hand as he escorted me to the door. I had spent the entire day with him, and it was evening now, beautiful with the white light of the moon. The Sachs stepped out to inhale the fresh, balmy air, and greeted the man who was coming up the little gravel path, who informed him it was an indifferent night for observations. The light from the door fell upon his features, and I recognized Professor Saunders, the astronomer, whose lecture I had often listened to with the keenest interest. He greeted me, then murmured something, entered the house, and rapidly vanished in the region of the attic. Sachs, anxious to join his friend, rather abruptly bade me good night, however, reminding me I had been haphazard long enough. Be decisive, he murmured. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ember Lynn. The Centaurians, by Biagi. Chapter 3. I thought of Sachs and his strange instrument, continually wondering what it was intended for, while my fingers twitched to handle it. The old glamour of Sachs's companionship was upon me. Again was I ambitious, dauntless, scorning difficulties, confident I could accomplish what he, with all his superior knowledge, had failed to do. Perfect and set in motion the machinery that he had nearly wasted his entire life upon. Anxious to test my ability, positive of success, I lost no time in presenting myself to Sachs early the next day. He was hurried when admitting me, and speeded down the hall, bidding me to follow. "Frog sauté," he explained. "And Saunders and Sheldon are here. Know 'em?" "Met Sheldon some time ago, and Saunders last night," I reminded him. So you did, he agreed. "Well, you won't disturb them. They're at it as usual." The two gentlemen were seated at a table, engrossed with a chart between them and deep in discussion, or, more correctly speaking, quarreling. They nodded impatiently as I entered and paid no attention whatever as I seated myself and tried to take a hand in the argument. I moved the chair to suit my convenience, and then the gentlemen quit quarreling with each other to take sides against me, and I was soon bawling louder than either, my indignation roused to boiling point because they repeatedly yelled, "Hush up, boy, you don't know what you're talking about." Sachs held for peace and passed around something, the flavor of which inspired deep friendship and good fellowship, and amid the jollity he declared I complimented him, always turning up at mealtime. I honestly enjoyed dining with the old boys. We sat in our shirt sleeves and conversed in comfort, time no object and the jokes numerous, whose piquancy only a wit could appreciate. And for 12 years, I said finally, to no one in particular, you people have been going on like this, easy, careless, comrades always, with the expectation of someday attaining your ambitions. Yes, answered Saunders, comrades always, but not idlers. The 12 years have been mightily employed. We have made much progress toward the great end. My star, the star, scintillates in the same position, been there trillions of years, but invisible because blazing away just above the colossal pivot of Earth. Astronomers have calculated pretty closely the exact position it should occupy on the astral map, but most have calculated wrong. The subject is always an incentive for much controversy, but one and all agree to the certainty of the phenomenon, and if the world revolved according to antiquated supposition, like a ball, we would be permitted to gaze upon the egg-shaped, pinkish-hued marvel. It is the twin planet. My assertions are based upon deep calculations. He was daring, and, like most daring people, queer. He had joined many expeditions to the north to perfect observations of the polar sphere, but before penetrating very far into the ice regions, something or other had always frightened the life most out of him, and he returned home with the liveliest speed. Sax's other crony was Sheldon, a genial, patient, cool old party, who became excited only when arguing with Saunders. He had a mania for rivers, declaring all bodies of fresh water were fed from an undercurrent which flowed through great arteries, connected with an ocean of fresh water, supposedly located somewhere in the region of the pole. He had completed arrangements to join the next expedition to the north, his intention to explore around for this great freshwater ocean. His arguments were very convincing, and his cool, calm, positive assertions made you almost believe his statements. The man was odd, undoubtedly very odd, and Sax, dear old Sax, the hard-headed professor whom the boys at college dared not play pranks upon, Sax with his wonderful inventive genius and vast researches in scientific regions, this man with the brilliant brain was living in seclusion with a set of cranks, and wasting his life upon the North Pole. He formed no wild theories based upon wilder calculations. It was to discover the unknown summit, and he vowed he would do it before he died. The determination of all three men was inspiring. They had their clientele, of course, and their writings were widely read. Sheldon was famous as a lecturer and ranked high in various geographical-geological societies, who, however, considered his views concerning the vast ocean of fresh water rather as a joke, a side issue, a hobby. He was not taken seriously. Saunders was a scientific writer of renown and referred to as an authority upon the stellar science, but astronomers, while listening gravely, sympathetically, to his learned discourse upon the known but invisible planet, were frankly skeptical, and a daring few challenged him. It was then, Sheldon informed me, that Saunders spunkily made his rushing trips to the north and back again, then stoically issued a new thesis upon the invisible twin world which usually silenced, for a time, his derogators. But Sax, no one dared exchange witticisms with him. His natural secretiveness and air of mystery he affected made all regard him with awe and boosted him to the celebrity class. His studied aloofness forced continual respect, something few brilliant men have been able to retain. "Spread, air your plans," he said, "and at once you lose interest in them. They never again belong entirely to you. Besides, people shy at you. Hopes keep as invisible as your heart." He was wonderful in his firm belief that he of all men was destined to discover the North Pole. And here, after all my wanderings and bizarre experiences, my strong ambitions and brilliant ideas, I, with my vast wealth and equally vast longings, winded up with this strange trio. But their buoyant confidence attracted me. It was an entirely new atmosphere, permeated with a wild, mystic charm. Saunders' beautiful, invisible star, Sheldon's vast body of limpid fresh water, and the pole, with all the mysteries of the dead portion of the earth surrounding it. Here was a new experience, a grand new experience, unique, enough to satisfy the most blasé. Sheldon and Saunders remained till late, but when Sax and I were alone he regarded me keenly, gravely. "As usual," he said, "you have disregarded all advice, flung aside all plans, definite or otherwise, to plunge headlong into— Have you any idea what it is you are about to take up?" "Most congenial company I have encountered for years. I replied. Sax, I'm as much alone upon this earth as though the only mortal treading it. Don't deny me the pleasure of your company. Surely we've all passed a very jolly afternoon together. You didn't return for that, he said sharply. As for the two who have just left, they can be joyful, they can live in their imaginations. I upon facts. They need encouragement, they're doomed to disappoint. While I, Salucci, God, millions and millions of leagues away, hardly discernible, yet I can see. Triumph gleams and sparkles and beckons. I shall accomplish all I've undertaken. Success is for me. I've spent my whole life upon one grand scheme, while you have wasted yours upon a dozen. You misdirect, waste your vitality, your energy evaporates, you accomplish nothing. Not one of your brilliant ideas absorbed you. Insincere always, simply a pastime. Success naturally frowned, and all these years you might have been comfortably asleep. His object in taking this tone I didn't question, but his talking did me a world of good. Ambition fired me. I was positive that at last I had discovered the supreme idea. I've formed no plans for the future, I told him, and returned to you because I wish to put my new idea in action at once. I've decided to join you. There will be 4 instead of 3, a gold backing, and there's no such thing as failure. Inform me of every detail of your great scheme. Initiate me into the mysteries of your attic. Sax, I swear I can perfect your machinery. He stared, his face quite white. This time he did not smile at my boast. We rose together and clasped hands across the table, and he, his voice husky with emotion, murmured, "It is the noblest, grandest scheme ever created. But the end may fease you. Still, I believe you to be sincere this time. May your genius aid you to perfect what I have slaved a lifetime over. Come." Up the narrow, creaking stairs we went. Sax flooded the place with light, and there was the monstrous machinery with unsightly covering, which he reverently removed, and the masterpiece of steel was revealed in all its glory. The polish of the cylinder and great propeller, which failed to work, was dazzling. The delicate lace tracery wrought in the steel wrung from me a cry of admiration. Shame, shame, Sax. What a shame it is imperfect. He shook his head. It enrages me, he cried vehemently, to be able to plan a thing like that, then to be devoid of the trick to perfect it. For it will be by chance. A trick I have so far been unable to hit. With delight I placed my hands upon the shining metal, then slowly, deliberately began taking the huge instrument apart. Sax remonstrated wildly and wished to explain, but I knew his explanations would take hours, and his persistence finally so annoyed me, I caught him by the shoulders and rushed him from the room quickly, closing and locking the door. He clamored for admittance and bawled instructions. "I am responsible for all damage," I called through the keyhole. I heard him sigh heavily as I turned away, but became so absorbed with the task that I forgot him. Everybody. I took that machine apart and placed it back together again, I don't know how many times. I was unconscious of fatigue, heedless of time, and after hours of tedious work was courageous and alive with energy. But the strain at last must have dazed me. I was confused when putting the infernal instrument together for the final time, and made the blunder that ended the difficulty. Wheels, shafts, slides seemed to fit easier into sockets. Screws, pins shot into cavities without a rasp. I noticed this, but supposed I was becoming expert, having taken the thing apart so many times. But when the steel monster again towered before me complete, I cussed softly, and for the first time doubted my skill. The beauty, contour of the machine was ruined. I would try it again, of course, but I was a fool to attempt where Sax had failed. Cautiously, I set to work to discover the blunder and accidentally touched the propeller, which suddenly rose and shot into its socket and started all portions of the machine into action. I caught my breath, not daring to believe, then commenced experimenting by uncoupling the brakes. The instrument darted forward several yards without the customary whirring noise which warned the operator of a smash-up. I could have shouted for joy. Sax's machine was perfected. I had succeeded. I discovered the cylinders were partially filled with a peculiar, odorless liquid, and recklessly entered the car and adjusted the lever. The locomotive jerkily responded, and slowly we rolled around the room. I had much difficulty steering clear of the walls and various articles in the way, and became interested and perplexed in the regular action of the propeller, which shot in and out as though seeking something to demolish, and at last, for all my care, the diamond prod crashed into a huge square of glass and crushed it to atoms. Then it flashed upon me what Sax's invention was intended for, and in spite of myself I shouted. An answering shout reached me from the landing outside. I sprang from the car and flung open the door. 3 men, wild with excitement, rushed in upon me. Sax grabbed and embraced me, yelling all sorts of foolish things. Sheldon and Saunders caught my hands and bawled their congratulations. My head throbbed and I grew dizzy with joy. The reaction set in, my stamina deserted me, the wild entrance of the enthusiastic trio roused me as from a dream. As though an eternity away, like a zephyr, Sax's voice reached me. 2 days and a half, Virgilus, my boy. It was an awful strain. I hammered repeatedly upon the door, but I don't believe you even heard. 2 days and a half, I muttered drowsily, then drank the liquor someone handed me, and without further ceremony, dropped off to sleep. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by P.K. Soloco. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 4. Sax christened his machine Propelier, an aptly chosen name, then rushed into print. He was mobbed by scientific societies and lectured widely about everything except what his marvelous invention was intended for, and it became public wonder to what use this machine was to be put that would but crush and pass over all obstacles. As he mentioned me continually in connection with the Propelier, we were both much interviewed and written up lengthily. Cranks clustered around the little house in the suburbs and almost annoyed the life out of Sax with their arrogant demands, and police protection became necessary. Sax was famous and sailed the wave of popularity for about 3 weeks, and then, well, all waves recede, but this one simply calmed. Sax and his invention were not forgotten because he was wise enough to keep the public guessing. Later, when preparations were progressing rapidly for the one great aim of his life, he in his thankfulness became more communicative, satisfying curiosity, ending all doubts. He lectured before a vast throng of scientists, educators, and students who widely applauded him as he divulged the secret of his ambition and the usefulness of his invention. He declared the pole would never be discovered without the aid of science, and his invention would greatly lessen the many hardships previous explorers suffered. Applause. All the tremendous difficulties of Arctic travel would vanish before the terrible force of the Propelier, and he verged nicely into details with deep explanations, and ended, he would reach the pole, then explore the surrounding territory. Seated upon the stage were several famous lecturers. All had a few remarks to make, chiefly in discouragement of Sax's grand project, placing great stress upon real and imaginary obstacles and aggravating the listeners enthused with Sax's scheme. But he was far too gone to heed advice, happy that his years of labor were over. He sat there, smiling and chuckling. Saunders had his little say also, spoke glowingly of the expedition, and became eloquent over his wondrous northern star of the brilliant pinkish hue. His statements were positive, and many in the audience nodded approval, and he was enthusiastically applauded when he finally ended his remarks. Then Sheldon, encouraged by his colleagues and not to be outdone by Saunders, in one little instance rose and exploded his theory concerning the rivers, lakes, and vast bodies of fresh water supposedly located in the vicinity of the pole. He created a sensation, and his enthusiasm stated as facts the most preposterous hallucinations, and smiles were broad while college veal showed its appreciation in squeaks and irrepressible guffaws, to be frowned upon by their superiors who were making the most outrageous grimaces themselves. But Sheldon was blind, as were also the large number of sympathizers present who listened eagerly and believed every word he uttered and cheered him loudly when he resumed his seat. Sheldon proved the star attraction among the large assemblage of wise men. My three friends became known throughout the press as the Three Renowned, and the expedition to the North Pole was written up learnedly, ending with the statement the start would be made early in the spring, whereupon a wag, itching for a thrashing, suggested we take the relief party along, as there was nothing like having things convenient. My own name invariably ended all articles where apparently it had been roped in as an afterthought, and I discovered I belonged to the expedition. Here indeed was an idea, but I refused to entertain it. I was open for much enterprise, but the North Pole was beyond my latitude. Then Middleton, Burke, and Rollins swooped down upon me, each armed with a paper and anxiety upon their faces, and gravely I told them Pole was Saxliner's property, and I had no desire to buy it from him. I confided to them my doubts of the whole undertaking, and that positively I wanted none of it. My assurance greatly calmed the old boys. To deceive them was my last thought, for I had not the remotest idea of joining the expedition. My slim genius refused to risk life for science. I had a mighty discussion and determined settlement with the renowned ones concerning the financial problem. I knew the three cronies could not rake up 1,000 between them, but the amazing fact was forced upon me that they seriously objected to accepting funds from me. Sheldon was balky, Saunders grimly uncompromising, and Sachs declared he would not have those three sharks, claiming he had buncoed me into the scheme. It was Sachs's positive belief that the firm of Middleton and Company were the greatest sharks out of water. But I argued with the stubborn trio and pressed the issue determinedly when I saw them weakening. I laughed heartily at Saunders' hesitating suggestion that the government would contribute largely toward the expense of the expedition. Also, that many scientific societies all over the world would render valuable assistance. I did not doubt his assertion, for it would have created the widest of gulfs, but I reminded him that in about 10 years the expedition would be ready to start. This ended the controversy. The very idea of delay threw the old boys into despair, and for 12 years they had been waiting for just such an opportunity as I offered them. With plans that had been formed for years and unlimited capital at their disposal, arrangements were rushed to completion. For weeks, Sachs, Sheldon, and Saunders worked like beavers. Sachs was as jealous of his invention as a lover of his mistress. No one was permitted to inspect his work, and the Propellier and 3 steel cars were cast and completed by himself. I assisted him in taking apart and packing the machinery in crates. Sachs was a wonderful manager. The whole of the extensive preparations were left entirely to him per arrangement. He gave the closest attention to the most insignificant item, perfecting each little detail. He chartered a vessel and made a cast-iron agreement with the shipping company that vessels were to cruise around in Arctic waters at certain dates and locations every year for 7 years. If we failed to turn up at the end of that period, the agreement was called off. He stored in provisions for a 7-year cruise, but privately told me they would discover the pole and return in less than 3 years. In my heart, I believed they would never return. The idea was to sail as far north as possible. Sachs calculated on reaching the pole 6 or 8 weeks after starting with the Propellier. The three were thoroughly familiar with the ice country and had their route mapped out first rate, but I was dubious. It seemed to me nothing less than suicide, yet Sachs was thoroughbred in his work and his confidence exhilarating. From the start, I had been closely associated with the 3 famous scientists, and eventually it became noised about that Seleuci, the millionaire, was to head the expedition. As I neither affirmed nor denied the report of my indecision, caused the 3 sharks to storm the citadel in the suburbs. Sachs had a wordy war with Middleton and Company, but they capitulated before his lengthy explanations and departed satisfied, enthusiastic, privately informing me the professor was a wonderful man, and that it was preposterous that he could fail. And for the first time in my life, I was flinging my money away sensibly. I notified them of my intention to escort the expedition north to a certain point, then return with the ship. My unusual lack of enthusiasm allayed their suspicions and convinced them I was meditating some new enterprise. Unknowingly, I deceived the old gentleman. My sudden reticence was to avoid making positive promises. I wished to be untrammelled in case enthusiasm forced me at the last moment to cast my luck with Saxe. Then I doubted if any sensation could inveigle me into such a rash proposition that Saxe, Sheldon, and Saunders were contemplating, but I remained silent. About 2 weeks before the date of departure, Saxe, satisfied with the outlook and but a few minor details to attend to, ordered an easing up of labor, and we made the astonishing discovery we were notorious. It seemed the interest of the entire world was centered upon us, and it made Saxe crabbed. He had lived so long in seclusion, and the one idea had figured and planned and became so thoroughly familiar with the northern zone on the map that he could see nothing unusual in his stupendous undertaking and thought no more of it than I would of a trip to Europe. It's a private expedition taken solely to test the theories of a few scientists. The public didn't pungle up with any funds, so whose concern is it anyhow? He wanted to know and blamed Middleton and Company because he was misquoted in fake interviews, though what they had to do with it was a mystery. He took it upon himself to answer all adverse criticisms and was eminently successful in routing a few daring doubters. In the scientific world, the renowned illustrious were considered heroes. They lectured before colleges and vast scientific bodies, and their writings in scientific publications were widely read. They indulged in numerous unaccustomed diversions and were banqueted almost nightly. I thought it a poor way to prepare the constitution for polar hardships, but Saxe said once out of civilization, we would become normal again. However, I decided to call a halt and rescued my 3 brave comrades from the courtesies they could not resist by giving a return banquet to those who had honored us. It was our farewell, a sumptuous farewell which remained long in the memory of those who attended, but ended tragically for me. The experience was destiny. Wine flowed freely, gaiety ran high, toasts, speech-making, the order. Someone started a noisy song and all. Even Saxe joined in shouting the chorus. I shouted as loud as any, not prompted by wine, but intent all should enjoy themselves. I had drunk sparingly, though well seasoned and able to stand more than most. They called upon me for a speech, and the wits jocularly twitted me about the ladies. So I toasted a dainty little creature who, like all celebrities, was commonplace upon acquaintance. The boys yelled at my choice. I twirled my glass recklessly, eager to spout some of my own verses, but suddenly an odd change came upon me. I felt ill and chilled, then apathetic, numbed. The glass fell with a smash. I could utter no sound, but saw all watching me curiously. Middleton rose in alarm, but Saxe reached me first and caught me as I fell forward, inert, helpless, but painfully conscious. I deeply regretted my sudden indisposition. My collapse created a panic and ended the evening's festivities. An intensely cold air suddenly rushed upon me, chilling my blood. I was being conveyed to some place, but could distinguish nothing in the vague, dreamy vapor gradually enveloping me, which became heavier and heavier, forming a dark wall surrounding me in a silence deep, oppressive. Then like a flash I saw clear again, and to my amazement was in my rooms, alone, seated at the table, book in hand, comfortable, peaceful, while a tornado scourged the city. It was a night of inky blackness, freezing cold, and vaguely I felt sympathy for the homeless and those obliged to be out in such a storm. Then there was the sound of crashing timber, and frightful shrieks roused me from my lethargy, and I realized I would not be spared for all my riches. Violent gusts of wind shook the building. I feared the roof would cave in and crush me, yet calculated nicely just how long it would take for the expected to happen. I felt no alarm or discomfort at the destruction going on, but when too late realized peril in the awful roaring, fateful crash in my vicinity. The walls of my room fell apart, the ceiling rose and was carried away, and I, borne with frightful velocity upon the wind, tossed hither and thither, and this tornado with the strength of 100,000 giants had the gentleness of a lover. Upon a bed of soft flaky clouds I finally floated, in delicious tranquility, and gradually with exquisite tenderness I was lowered to a wonderful world of down. As far as the eye reached was a vast plain of fairyland, dazzling in whiteness, maddening in silence, with a ridge of pale mountains gleaming blue, phantom-like. My flesh quivered with the cold, but I was powerless to move or cry out, and here in this great icy throne I was forced to sit and gaze at the desolate wilderness of snow, 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 a vast, strange region with dead, suffocating vapor clinging to my nostrils, dumb, a prey to fear and wonder. The roar and crash of the tornado, anything but this horrible stillness with the heavy dread enveloping me. I remained there forever, it seemed, but gradually opened my eyes, became accustomed to the dull, leaden atmosphere, and I perceived far, far in the distance a small point of color advancing. Over the ridge of Myth Mountains it bounded with wonderful velocity, this rolling circle of light. The nearer it approached swelled to enormous dimensions, a huge globe of dull, ominous red, betraying the force, the foundation of destruction. This gigantic world of fire with marvelous bounds sped straight towards me, I seemingly the magnet. I tried to move, but could not. On it came with increasing rapidity, I directly in its path. It would come, it would pass over me. God! The horror of the position broke my dumbness. I shrieked and lived through the tortures of the damned. The hell globe was most upon me. Then, as though with fiendish mockery, it retreated, then advanced, then retreated again. It swayed back and forth as though attached to a mighty pendulum, swung in the grasp of some sinister monster. I shut my eyes. I had committed no crime except in being rich, and waited ages it seemed, for oblivion. But nothing happened. No great weight of intense heat crushed me. All was as before, icy, still. I ventured to glance around. The great fiery globe was there, but farther away. Burning less vividly, it became dull, duller, and finally with a loud explosion burst apart, forming into a fiery stage for a wondrous scene. In amazement I gazed upon the blackish red clouds curling thickly upward. In the smoking midst a reclining form floated and undulated, gathering and manipulating the density till all was consumed. And in the vivid clearness a gorgeous scene was revealed. In wonder and delight I gazed into the burning splendor at a myth. Houri, such ravishing beauty could not be mortal. Thick masses of jetty hair mingled with the heavy, dusky clouds. Starry, flashing eyes burned into mine and scorched me. Tall, majestic, scintillating with jewels, red lips parted in an alluring smile, she beckoned to me. I stared, fascinated. She drew to her side an odd instrument, and her white fingers caressed the wires. Music there must have been, but I could not hear. As I watched, a shadow appeared, which gradually grew firmer, taking form, and finally the dim outlines of a man were revealed, bending eagerly towards the luxurious creature. He was pleading, passionate admiration betrayed in his whole attitude. And this man with his slavish devotion, was myself. I, the man of the world, the cynic with the well-known temperament of an icicle. I gazed astounded at this shadow of myself, and my heart warmed and beat violently as I watched the strangely beautiful vision. In that moment, I loved almost as madly as the shadow. She turned as though in welcome to another. Then suddenly a brilliant golden light shrouded the whole. The globe of fire crashed together and bounded away in space, tinging the universe with the glorious roseate hue. With the last vanishing streak of pink came desolation. In the midst of this gloom, a man approached, walking rapidly, determinedly. He reached me and passed without heeding my call. I yelled after him. He turned. The man's face was my own. On he went with great strides. Obstacles faded beneath the power of his will. I followed, though not conscious of moving, and at last, with a shout of triumph, he halted upon the highest peak of the phantom mountains. One foot sunk to the knee in snow, the other ankle-deep in rich, rank grass. "Sax!" he shouted. "Saxlaner!" His voice rang clarion-like over the vast prairies of ice and snow. The piercing sound echoed in my ears and startled me out of my trance. My eyes opened wide in reason. I was lying upon a couch in my own room. The sun streamed broadly through the open window, and Sax sat at the table drinking coffee and reading the morning paper. My head was swathed in ice-cold bandages, but the slightest movement gave me excruciating pain. "Sax," I called. "All right, my boy," he answered. "Feel better?" "What's the row?" "Oh, nothing serious, just the usual thing," he replied. "If it hadn't been for me, you would have gone to sleep under the table where most of them passed the night, I imagine." Was that really what ailed me? I thought it was a trance. "Fact," chuckled Sax. "Trance, eh? Well, trance. But it's usually mentioned that way, I believe. There are others this morning whose sick heads make them positive about it. Trance. Did I break up the fun?" "You were merely an incident. After your removal, the fun grew wilder, I understand. But honestly, Seleuci, I didn't think it of you. I didn't." And Sax gazed sternly at my pallid countenance. Then, pulling down the shades, he advised me to rest. I lay there with my aching head and thought of my wondrous vision. The marvelous beauty of it all so distinctly impressed me that I could gloat over the slightest detail. I reveled in reverie and saw again the sweet, alluring smile, deep, burning eyes, and royal magnificence of raiment. My desires ruled me as with a great heart-throb. I realized I loved. I, the last of a long line of scorning people who could not realize the sweet passion. And such love, such adoration, it steeped my whole being in delight. I was reckless, follyful, madly enamored with a phantom, an ideal. The dull red globe with its reflecting golden mist enshrouding the brilliant, gorgeous creature haunted me. And again the shadow of myself treaded the wide snow plains and lofty ice mountains, the whole enveloped in the mystery of the unknown, convincing me of the truth of the inspired idea, treasured the fabulous cell of thought, the extravagance of which I dared not utter. The vision of midnight tresses would become a reality. I would search the earth and seek this woman in her own world. I would be successful. It was fate. My adoration would kindle desire as the beauty had fired me. And then... End of section 4. Read by P.K. Soloco.
Section 5 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Carter. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 5. I had a long consultation with Sax, then joined the expedition. I expected he would try to dissuade me from my intention, but on the contrary, he seemed singularly happy at my decision and confided to me his strange theory. I do not search for the pole, he told me, but for the great countries I know exist beyond. The world has never been fully explored, and, Virgilius, it never will be. Once, long ago, ships never sailed beyond the Strait of Gibraltar. The great waste of water meeting the horizon line was simply the jumping-off place. Later, according to civilization, Europe, Asia, and Africa comprised the world, and history relates the jeers Columbus's contrary but positive assertions received. We've made rapid progress since those primitive times. Explorers usually are blessed with vivid imaginations. Those who seek the pole expect to discover a vast continent on the other side. All have the same positive idea concerning the unknown regions, but dare not express them. Now take Sheldon, he continued. Do you suppose a man of his learning expects to discover a great body of fresh water in the Arctic zone? Not much. And Saunders and his wonderful star, whose existence has never been disputed by scientific readers of the heavens. He declares the earth egg-shaped, not round, as many commonly believe has been proven. Nothing has been proven. The great twin planet is visible upon the other side of this globe, similar to the moon, which exposes but one side of her disk to us, the uninhabited sphere. I gasped. Sax chuckled at my astonishment and grasped my hand. Glad you've joined us, my boy, he said. It's a good move. You'll find more confined within the boundary of earth than in your wildest dreams of paradise. Now, tell me, why have you so suddenly decided to join the expedition? He looked at me keenly, and I felt my face burning hot, but remained mute. Sax dropped my hand. Keep it to yourself, he said. I dare say it's a very good reason. It ought to be. You're so jealous of it. And I'll learn all about it in good time. Don't mention our conversation to Saunders or Sheldon. As intimate as we are, the subject has never gone beyond the pole. We all actually believe we're greatly fooling the other. But Saunders will travel till he beholds his star. Sheldon will never halt till he discovers his phenomenal body of water. And I have worked for years and spent my last cent that ultimately I can be the discoverer of the other side of the globe. And you, Virgilius, you are going because you, have nothing else to do? I laughed and took up my hat to depart. How the devil could I tell the old sport I was going to the North Pole in search of, a woman? I, who fancied myself above the ordinary, a side light to gleam and flash fitfully, never with the steady glow of genius, found myself in the category of everyday, commonplace men, whose careers always end with a woman, as I now dared hope mine would. The day finally arrived when we were to steam away upon our long, venturesome voyage. I was the last to board the little whaling vessel. Sax, Sheldon, and Saunders were on deck, busily occupied. Sax had an elderly female clinging and sobbing upon his shoulder, accompanied by two pretty girls with red eyes and sniffles. Saunders was standing apart, holding tightly the hand of a young man who appeared very serious and talked very rapidly, while Saunders listened with that aggravating talk away, young man, if it makes you feel better, but it's useless. The young man was Saunders Jr. Sheldon, obvious to everything, was up in a corner embracing a portly dame who wept copiously. Portly dame unknown and nobody's business. I became as blind as a bat, and was hailed by Middleton and Company, who nabbed me after a red-hot chase and started to argue. Never was such eloquence heard outside the bar. The gentlemen had suddenly become convinced I was deceiving them, and their suspicions and fears had to be quieted. I felt ashamed of myself, but could not give up the expedition. My brain throbbed with the memory of the blazing vision, and my 3 lawyers put aside their dignity and trotted to keep up with me as I paced the deck with amorous strides. I hurried the trio to my cabin, opened several bottles, and out-argued them till finally Middleton, sighing heavily, wrung my hand in parting. "Keep your word, my boy," he warned. "And what do you expect me to do?" I asked. "Oh, never mind," he replied. "Only see that you return." "That I certainly will," I told him, and I kept my word. I felt sorry to part with the old boys, but honestly it was a relief to see them trooping from the ship with other visitors. I did not feel safe from them till I saw them on the wharf, waving their kerchiefs as we pulled out. Sax walked up and down, smoking vigorously, answering very testily if anyone dared address him. Saunders was leaning dangerously forward over the railing, bawling to the young man on the pier, who was bawling back at him, neither understanding what the other was bawling. Sheldon, with a red nose, was seated upon a barrel, sentimentally studying a photo, presumably of the portly one. And all 3, I firmly believe, were willing to back out of the expedition if they dared. We were forced to drop all sentimental nonsense and acknowledge the magnificent send-off tendered us, though every last blessed mortal who wished us luck were positive we would never return. Bareheaded, the 4 of us shouted and gesticulated like mad in response to the hubbub. Bedlam reigned. Our ship was surrounded by every conceivable craft in existence. The ear-splitting shriek of infernal tugs and launches nearly drove us demented, making us deaf to the salutes of little white hulls and yachts, crowded with wealthy, idle men in flannels, who whooped as we steamed past, roused to momentary enthusiasm because they had nothing else to do. The pleasure-seekers accompanied us till the swell of heavy seas drove them back one by one, and at last, thank heaven, the awful din was quieted, and we, speeding swiftly alone between water and sky towards the goal Sax had worked a lifetime for. He became very chummy with the captain, who was the most profane man I ever ran across. Sheldon and Saunders found their charts and quarrels so interesting I was left entirely to myself, though ennui was killed in vain dreams of an image, an impossibility, thrilling and rousing dormant sensibilities I did not believe myself possessed of. I idled away hours, becoming absolutely useless, and Sax, dispensing with my services, ordered me from the box he had converted into a laboratory. At his expressed wish, we anchored at several northern ports, and were usually received by a committee of speech-making asses, who forced banquets, balls, and receptions upon us. At one port 2 of the crew deserted, and delayed us 4 days. Then, when all was in readiness for departure, Sax, to our astonishment, was missing. We appealed to the captain, who declared, if necessary, he would wait 6 months for Saxliner, who he was confident, however, would be along soon. Sheldon confidently told me he believed Sax had deserted, while Saunders fretfully hoped the expedition wasn't going to end here. Sax's absence was beginning to worry us, when towards the close of the following day he put in an appearance, very tired but exultant, and that night several hundred cans of 2 gallons each, containing some mysterious fluid, was shipped aboard. This explained Sax's absence, and he explained the mysterious chemical was used in his secret solution which supplied the motor power to the propellier, and was absolutely proof against what he termed atmospheric influence, and could be procured in large quantities only in this vicinity. At this stage of the explanation I departed. I knew Sax would divulge nothing. His secretive method in securing the chemical was sufficient for me. Not to a living soul would Sax ever impart the knowledge of how he manufactured his marvelous electric fluid, but Saunders and Sheldon hung on in the vain hope that Sax, in his enthusiasm, might forget himself, and this after all their years of association with him. They had failed to discover that he was the worst old fox in creation. As there was no further cause for dallying, we decided to slight those ports where we were expected to anchor and steam straight for the north. 4 days out, we encountered a heavy storm. High seas washed the decks clean of everything. Affairs looked serious at one time, but Captain Norris buoyed us up with the information this was merely a trifle to what we were fated to encounter before we reached the pole. Saunders said he predicted the storm from the position of wind clouds and atmospheric, etc., etc., etc. Sheldon declared it was brought on by Sax's meddling with combustibles, and aggravated by Sally's volcanic thoughts, a dig at my idleness. The storm lasted 3 days. Then one morning the sun rose in all serenity, and we were nearing the coast of Greenland. To please various prominent individuals who continually worried him with suggestions, Sax favored the Nansen route, though his own had been mapped out years ago when the propellier was in its infancy. Following a northerly flowing current was all right for Nansen and the Fram, he argued. But the famous polar basin, free of ice, has still to be located. Nansen failed. He had great admiration for Dr. Kane, considering him the bravest and most scientific of explorers. His dash for the pole was not successful, because with all his tremendous knowledge, he neglected the fact that the unknown, frozen north must be traversed by steel and steam, as is the civilized portion of the globe. And, he continued, we have progressed immensely since 1850. Then he saluted to our vigorous applause. Boys, he cried, waving his cap, I swear we shall succeed. Even Norris, though shaking his head, joined us in cheering. Meanwhile, we steamed steadily north, up through Davis Strait, viewing the great island of Greenland, bleak, cold, sterile, Arctic. We anchored in the calm, deep blue waters of Baffin's Bay, a half-mile from the icy, snowy coast, and our luggage, packed in small boats, was towed to land. The captain and crew rendered us every assistance. These men had become wonderfully kind to us, believing firmly we were going to our death. Under their experienced hands, tents for our accommodation reared as by magic, and we began the work of putting the propellier together. Captain Norris had little faith in the propellier. He asserted positively the machine would take us beyond human aid, then bust up. He informed us of his intention to tarry in this vicinity several weeks. In case things went wrong with us, he could hurry to the relief and gladly take us back to civilization. It's on my conscience, he told us. You cannot succeed, but men with a fair amount of intelligence, to risk their lives in a perilous attempt to reach the pole, deserve to die. The world is overflowing with asses, but those who commit such rash deeds are evil asses. Gentlemen, pardon me, but encouragement is criminal. Why are you going? He asked us sternly. For the benefit of science? Fudge! Professor Saunders, in search of a star? Bah! The sky is overcrowded with stars. Prove they are inhabited, and you will benefit science. Professor Sheldon expects to discover a huge body of fresh water resting placidly in hollow ice mountains upon the frozen surface of the polar sea. And Saxliner, with his remarkable invention, intends to return with the pole under his arm. Oh, gentlemen, and you, he continued, addressing me, you with your millions, why in God's earth are you going? He argued some time, telling me I was the lover of Dame Fortune, and gold the magnet of the universe. No one disputed with him, and the poor old fellow's voice finally quivered and broke. He turned away. We felt as sorry for Norris as he felt for us. He'd done his best to persuade us to give up our polar trip. The absurdity of the effort was too profound for laughter. Sax took the captain aside and eased the troublesome conscience, convincing the poor gentleman, as he had everybody else, of the perfect efficiency of his invention. He invited him to examine the instrument, which was rapidly nearing completion, and patiently explained each portion of the machinery. Norris became very interested, and returned to his ship highly enthused over the propellier. We had pitched camp in the midst of a little Eskimo village. The chief told Sax, who became very friendly with the tribe, being able to speak a few words of their language, that they settled here every season for the whaling and fishing. They pried around a good deal, and interestedly watched us working upon the propellier. They seemed to regard us with suspicion, but never failed to bring daily tokens of their esteem in the way of fresh fish and oil. Sax repaid their gifts with long strings of bright-colored beads, which presumably he packed along for that purpose. Captain Norris and his men were on land most of the time assisting us, and created considerable jollity. One or two of the crew started flirtations with several Eskimo women, rousing the ire of the men, who proceeded to chastise their women. I had not noticed the facial characteristics of the Eskimo sufficiently to distinguish the sexes. They all looked alike, and when I saw them quarreling and fighting, I thought the whole settlement had gone on the warpath, possibly over Sax's beads, and we were in for it. Norris, between shouts of laughter, informed me of my error, and that the women were thrashing the men. The propellier and cars were eventually ready for the great trial trip. The captain was invited to join us. He seemed dubious, but accepted, and as we entered the car, the same thought came to every blessed mother's son of us. What if the blamed instrument should explode? We compared notes after the trip. I turned sick at the thought that now we were about to commence our journey in earnest, the propellier might fall short. We were all frank about our uneasiness. Sax alone had faith in his instrument, and swaggered through the car to his place at the engine. All the sailors in the whole Eskimo settlement turned out to see us off with whoops and yells that would have sent a troop of Apaches scurrying in fright. Just at starting, the propellier's siren let off an ear-splitting blast that in the clear atmosphere must have been heard for miles. Sax went very confidently about his work, handling the great steel lever with expert skill. The propellier dipped gracefully forward. We moved slowly. The sailors and Eskimo followed with leaps and shouts, and one merry sailor placed his shoulder against the hind car as though to shove it forward and help us along. He was hooted and cheered in turn by his laughing comrades, but he came to grief. Sax, oblivious, intent, sure of the result, watched the strange little electric timepiece set above the lever, which he pressed several notches farther down. We bounded forward, gliding as smooth as oil, and the suddenness of the start caused the meddlesome sailor to fall hard. We literally flew, running at a rate of speed I did not believe the propellier could ever reach, and as yet the lever knob had traveled but one half its notched road, and Sax would test the full length. His eyes gleamed, and his usually ruddy face became pallid and pinched. He bent in a listening attitude and slowly pressed the lever to its last notch. The propellier had reached the speed limit. The runners plowed the snow deeply, which flew up, covering the windows. We seemed to be traveling in the air. I grew dizzy with the marvelous velocity. Our captain seemed uneasy, and wished to remonstrate with Sax to lessen speed, but Saunders pushed him aside in time. It was useless to speak with him now. Sax would not even hear. Heart, soul, his very life was bound up in his invention. Should the propellier fail now that it had reached perfection, his heart would break, or he would lose his reason. I went and stood beside him. The perspiration was streaming down his pale face. His tense attitude must have been painful. In very pity, I was drawn to him. He was peering through the round magnifying window, which brought the distant scenery to closer view, revealing the ruggedness of the snow plains. Suddenly, the propellier swerved, then with a wide, graceful turn, made at full speed for camp. Sax rose to his full height, the color returned to his face, and he heaved a deep sigh of relief, then saluted us. "Gentlemen," he said, "my invention is successful. I have the honor to state we shall reach the North Pole in less than 9 weeks." From our hearts we cheered the old boy. Our whoops mingled with the shrill shrieks of the siren, and our return to camp was welcomed with noisy delight. Captain Norris shook hands with Sax, who beamed with joy. He was congratulated upon his success, and received the congratulations with the loftiness of genius. The propellier was perfect. The trip lasted 1 hour and 20 minutes, and the highest rate of speed reached 95 miles an hour. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Centaurians, and this is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yanning, The Centaurians by Biagi, and Chapter 6. 3 days later, we started upon our adventurous trip to the pole, and Captain Norris, when bidding us farewell, hoped we would all meet again. "Undoubtedly," Sax replied. "Undoubtedly we'll all meet again, but perhaps not for years. All depends upon the atmosphere. Ahem. I feel evaporation of the fluid in the propeller cylinders. Should this occur, we'll be absent indefinitely. Many contend the Earth's summit is located at 90 degrees, continued Sax in his most argumentative manner. This is preposterous, but were it so, that portion of the globe would have been explored long ago. The Earth's summit is at 100 degrees. I state this as fact, and the difficulties I expect to encounter will be beyond the 90th degree. The atmosphere will be so compressed as to cause either an explosion of the fluid in the tanks or gradual evaporation. For either calamity I am altogether unprepared, and consequently figure on the homeward journey to be one of acute hardship, and consuming an indefinite period. But the shadows exist only where there is brightness. At any rate, we have provisions for 7 years, and, Captain Norris, I'll guarantee that in this time we'll reach the pole and return to our homes, each busily engaged upon a book of How I Discovered the North Pole. Norris smiled, but avoided the remarks, and shook hands all around. Then I took him aside and entrusted him with a letter of old Middleton. I advised Middleton, though arrangements were waterproof, to personally attend to it that the ship sailed north every year to meet us. I knew he would, and spare no expense. And most humbly I begged pardon for breaking my word to him. I could give no excuse except the unknown polar regions fascinated me, and, against reason, at the last moment I joined the expedition. Years later, I learned that Middleton, when he received the letter, was thrown into such a state of alarm and anxiety that he collapsed and took to his bed with a serious illness from which he recovered with great difficulty. I am satisfied Middleton's affection for me was disinterested. Captain Norris, also his men, were superstitious, and declared they would not invite ill luck by seeing us off. But the Eskimo clamored about us, loading us with gifts. One gave Sachs a keg of oil, which he stored away with great care. What he wanted with that oil was a mystery. Skins, furs were forced upon us. Strings of fresh fish and a great quantity of dried or frozen fish packed together like staves of barrel was presented to me. We were each presented with a canoe, with information that we would need them. Sachs repeated this kindness with quantities of beads and imitation jewelry, and I flung a little fortune among the natives. Norris saluted with 4 guns. The Propylaea responded with a shrill blast from her siren as we sped out among the snow hills, which soon hid all our friends from view. At last we were really started upon our long journey of marvelous adventure. We traveled north along the coast of Greenland. The Propylaea acted well. The feeler did splendid work, warning us of breaks or gaps in the ice by vibrating and resounding with a hollow noise. The great arclight cast a radiance of 300 yards, and we traveled full speed night and day. Each were initiated into the mysteries of the engine room, and took turns in steering the machine. Saunders, however, was exempt from these duties. He permitted nothing to interfere with the work he'd mapped out for himself. He alone was spared from what is called snow blindness. With his exception, we were all decorated with great blue goggles. I was the first to succumb to the glaring whiteness of the snow. The continuous sameness of Arctic landscape became very tiresome. As far as the eye reached were vast plains of ice and snow, a blinding whiteness in soft downy hollows and smooth mounds, the earth shrouded in a widening sheet of white velvet. And vividly in the distance with a blue, misty veil, and shielding their peaks, was the circular range of ice mountains that has been declared naught but an optical illusion. All polar explorers have viewed these strange mountains, whose distance is beyond speculation, having always that elusive appearance even at the highest altitudes. And scientists claim this mystic range to be a reflection cast by the heavy, frozen atmosphere. And Sheldon was the only one with time to argue about the matter. He agreed with me the elusive range was a solid fact, all right. But he went further, declaring they were not polar mountains, and that his great body of fresh water rested, etc. When he reached this stage in his argument, my interest flagged, and Sheldon and his body of water became very tedious sometimes. Sachs was occupied entirely with the propylaea, and Saunders altogether absorbed making atmospheric observations. These observations he takes every 7 hours, making us lose much valuable time, and rousing Sachs to caustic remarks. He puts in the rest of the time studying a chart of the heavens and peering at the stars. Our first mishap occurred at 74 and 5/10 degree north latitude. The propylaea was speeding, but suddenly the feeler vibrated, then followed a jarring and crashing sound, and the propylaea plunged into a thin layer of ice and snow, and was washed by the swiftly flowing black waters underneath. At the first vibration, Sachs quickly shut off the current, and then with considerable difficulty backed the propylaea from her perilous position. We had plunged into a parting or lane 15 feet wide and 3 miles long, concealed by new snow that had ice on the surface, and were obliged to make a wide detour. Saunders reported a faint aurora borealis in the northeast. It turned out to be the moon's rays piercing a mackerel sky. It was a beautiful sight. White, shining clouds with antlers branching in long, waving ribbons crimped like blonde, which scintillated in diffused patches on the horizon. As we watched, the moon sailed high, dimming and scattering the shimmering radiance. We had the laugh on Saunders, who stubbornly insisted the bright light was a faint aurora. As the heavens are one continual phenomenon, always inspiring mortal with awe, and considering that Saunders knew more of the heavens than any of us, I had a secret belief he might possibly be correct, particularly as we witnessed this phenomenon time after time when there was no moon. The same shining white clouds, with rippling antlers parting in flaming rays, which stretched across the sky in a bold, throbbing arch, varying in tints of yellowish, bluish, milky white, all cold chilly colors, but beautiful. Sachs became bold over the successful traveling of his machine, and announced it his belief that we would reach the pole in a month. But difficulties commenced when we reached 78 degrees north latitude, and progress became slow, and we were obliged to travel inland to avoid the high winds which threw the snow into insurmountable mounds, forming alleyways and embankments, and all the time from the north came that ominous warning boom as the ice packed and screwed together. The inevitable, as Sachs called it, and that which has confronted all polar explorers over the Greenland route, happened at 79 degrees. Further travel was blocked by a chain of small ice hills, so closely packed together they formed a wall, seemingly an impenetrable blockade, extending as far as the sight reached. For several weeks we traveled in an easterly direction, then dared the jagged opening in the shifting chain, which revealed a veritable world of peaks, at the sight of which Sheldon blurted out, "It can't be done, Sachs, old boy." But the propylaea was invented to crush all obstacles, and Sachs grimly, cautiously steered through the icy gate. He found it very difficult to operate the engine in this terrible mountainous district. We were upon the frozen surface of the sea, whose waves seemingly had iced as they formed into the swell. We realized the danger, but there was no turning back. Through extreme caution, we were spared disaster. Sachs never left his post in the little engine car. He refused aid. We were not expert enough for the situation. Weeks were consumed in passing over this hilly waste, but hundreds of miles were traversed, and then gradually the ice peaks reeled farther apart, and Judd's waves smoothened, and we finally plowed into a far-reaching plain of snow, with the distant horizon cut by the familiar, elusive range of mountains and capped with their azure veil. We had reached 87 degrees, and were miles from our original course, but steadily advancing toward the pole. 87 and 5/10 degree north latitude, and 175 and 6/10 degree east longitude, rattled off Saunders. The propeller was put at full speed, but soon slackened as we continually encountered lanes concealed by soft, new snow. So frequent did these partings become, the machine was forced to a zigzag course. It took half a day to make 2 miles, and when we halted, the situation was alarming. The ice was shallow and the breaks continual. Having the appearance of lakes or rivers, the black sullen water rippled and flowed with a swift undercurrent. Some of the lanes measured 30 feet in width, and one reached 700 yards in length. We agreed the danger was about equal in turning back or pushing forward. We had nothing to gain in turning back. And Sheldon was nonplussed. He could not account for the swiftly flowing surface streams at 88 degrees. He finally ventured they were not breaks in the ice, but freshets coursing from the north, and plowing their own avenues, and creating one of the phenomena of the polar sphere. Saunders snickered, but Sachs looked worried. "A saw somewhere," he muttered. But he was wrong. The cold was intense, and were it not for our superb heating apparatus, the pipes extending throughout the cars, we would have been compelled to turn back. Nothing human could live in such temperature. Gradually we dashed free of the freshet-bound region, and traveled swiftly over a smooth, wide plain without rut or ripple. Huge floes of ice packed and screwed together till seemingly one vast floe extended over the whole of this drear, unknown continent. And always the same distance away was the blue mystic range of mountains. I wondered if we would ever reach them. We were making splendid time, and gaining on that lost in the mountainous and lake district. Yet Sachs appeared troubled. "I fear a storm," he told me. "We cannot escape them now. We are nearing the summit." That night, a strange light illuminated the sky. "An aurora!" shouted Saunders. Undoubtedly it was, but the beauties of the aurora had paled upon us. Yet this night, the flaming, brilliant tinted sky held our attention. Awe-inspiring was the vast arch of fire, crown-formed, spiked with quivering streamers. The fiery crown varied not in shade, but it seemed to burn with deeper intensity as dull, ominous red clouded some of its brightness. The quivering streamers oscillated with wonderful tints, making each seem as though studded with rare gems. The blood-red ruby glowed upon us, then peeled to the amethyst's heliotrope, which faded before the rush of emerald, flooding the sky, and the baleful topaz streaked the delicate green as the flaming arch. Each with the penetrating turquoise, quivered and vibrated with darts and flashes. As we watched the gaudy spectacle, it seemed to dull, darken, and grow heavier as though gifted with substance. Then, with indescribable majesty, slowly descended to the earth. The heat became intense, the atmosphere stifling. We raised the windows, but quickly closed them. The car filled with sulphurous air which started us to coughing and sneezing. We glanced at each other, silent, dismayed, and Sax, impelled and trembling, sank to a seat. "The propeller will explode. Nothing's proof against this," he cried. "We are witnessing," said Saunders, in reassuring tones, "a phenomenon of the heavens, a combination of electrical forces which will soon disperse and rage in various portions of the globe. It cannot harm us should it descend, as its power, force, will have evaporated. This portion of the globe upon which we are now traveling is, God in heaven!" yelled Sax. "Look, boys, we are done for." Sax, the mainspring of the party, to our amazement, was overcome with terror. "Come," he cried, retreating with frantic haste. "Come, or we'll perish. The propeller is going to burst." We stampeded to the rail car and clustered around the window to gaze at that which had so roused Sax's terror, while he sank in a heap, mopping his brow. The wide spreading arch of fire suddenly parted with a great blast of thunder, which rolled and revolved over our heads with a terrific crash, then passed on towards the south. What chained our attention was the appearance of a great milky-white cloud that sailed through the parted arch, submerging it. A cloud, funnel-shaped, of milky opal tints, whose throbbing, fiery heart burned vividly beneath the thin shell covering. It gained in size and weight as it advanced, and gradually losing flakiness, became a dull, ominous purple, rapidly deepening to black. Then, with appalling suddenness, it was upon us. We were among the racing clouds, tossed and scattered by the roaring gale. Thunder boomed, and the weird lightning flashes pierced our car, and then the hurricane struck us squarely, lifting, overturning the car, and we were buried beneath the wreck. I was stunned, but a slight scalp wound which bled profusely relieved me greatly. The heat was suffocating. My clothing became saturated with perspiration streaming from every pore of my body. Sax was the first to recover, and extricated himself from the storage and debris, unhurt but badly scratched, and once more the energetic, pushing old boy we were familiar with. "The worst is over," he bawled, "and the propeller didn't bust. But the snow is falling in clouds. Boys, brace up, or we'll be buried alive." Sheldon and Saunders squirmed lively after this. We forced our way out of the overturned car and sank waist-deep in soft new snow, which prevented the gale carrying us away. The propeller and adjoining cars were not damaged, the snow having blown up against and piled high, protecting them almost entirely. But the wind now carried the snow over and down the sides, causing Sax to shout, Hustle, boys, hustle, we'll be buried alive. The heaters were filled and the fire started. In a short time, the waste pipes were letting off streams of steam. We shoveled a bank nearly 12 feet high, which protected us some from the wind, but it flung the snow upon us faster than we could work. And from steam to shower, we labored for our lives against odds for 8 long, weary hours. But the storm spent itself, and ceased as suddenly as it came, and calmed beneath the freezing temperature that descended. The snow iced, our labor was over, and we sought shelter, food, and rest. Saunders advised early departure, and 2 hours later we started. The Propylaea made a rush up the steep embankment. Midway she seemed to lose speed, but suddenly cleared the remaining distance at a bound. The dense atmosphere had lifted, and plain upon plain of snow with wind-tossed mountains and hills met our vision, and over it all a crescent moon glistened mystically. The searchlight flared, and with a shrill blast we speeded northward. Midnight, we had reached and traveled beyond the altitude and scientists claim the Earth's pivot is located. And towards morning, a heavy mist fell upon us, a dark, silent, deadly mist, which sent a chill to our bones. I could not shake off the dull feeling of dread that came over me. The Propylaea glided smoothly, swiftly onward, and taking us farther into this horrible deathland. The fear that tugged at my heart shamed me to silence. I glanced furtively at my 3 companions, who were unusually still, and whose faces blanched beneath my scrutiny. Then Sax suddenly halted the Propylaea and addressed us. "Boys," he said, "we have stood by one another. We are not cowards, but life is life, and the pole be damned. We have penetrated farther north than man ever dared. We do not fear, but others felt the same way in much lower altitudes, and stampeded to civilization with tales of blizzards, blockades, and the impossibility of life beyond a certain degree. There are unknown dangers ahead, and death sometimes is very slow, and to struggle and dare and have it all end in oblivion are, I think, senseless. The Earth's summit is at 100 degrees. We have entered the mystic circle, just league to discovery. The Propylaea at full speed could dash through in a few minutes. We will suffer an awful experience, a terrible risk. And, as I said before, boys, life is life. I call the expedition off. We will return." He glanced wistfully at me, but I avoided his eyes. The passion for the myth had for the time evaporated. After all, life is worth the living. The world is full of beauty and harmony if we choose to see it. I fully realized the hazardous undertaking I had ventured upon, and, God in heaven, I may never return. Sax was turning back through anxiety for his friends. Were he alone, he would crush the dread he imagined upon him and push ahead. He forgot the fanaticism of his comrades, and truly they were 3 of a kind. Saunders sprang forward and caught Sax's arm. "Correct, correct," he cried. "We are not cowards. Why are we turning back? The dread upon us is the dread of nature, the all-pervading fear of first venture, which the will overcomes, or will still be apes. Determination invites progress, fear checks it. All dread the unknown. Now, up to 98 or 100 degrees, I can state positively what we'll encounter. We will completely traverse the frozen polar sea, From now on, it's surface ice and melting snow slushing over brown rocks or earth. 800 degrees, we view the most uncanny scenery man ever gazed upon. Great mountains and steep, smooth cliffs of petrification, deep, gloomy, barren valleys, horrible in stillness, and lighting up this dead, petrified portion of the globe is the star I will brave death to see. The foe we have to conquer is atmosphere. Science may help, but there is no atmosphere. In advancing, we flirt with death, who welcome us with dreadful grandeur. But a bold flirtation does not always end disastrously. We can view the almighty magnet, then depart. Oh, don't pay any attention to him, interposed Sheldon. He blunders constantly. If I believed in him, I'd favor turning back. For days we've argued this matter. He merely expresses views, not facts. I agree with him regarding the petrification of the earth surrounding the pole. The cold is so intense, petrification is natural. But it's the lack of atmosphere, laughable. From the high altitude, undoubtedly we'll suffer, experiencing palpitation, vertigo, and other inconveniences, including a tantalizing thirst. Then again, boys, nature being freakish, we may experience none of these ills, but enjoy the wild, weird scenery of the earth's summit. We'll view the blue reflection Alps, and drink sparkling crystal water from the reservoir of the earth. Onward, sex, onward! But should the propeller cease to work, we are dead men. I listened to the absurd reasoning of my 3 esteemed friends, realizing I had 3 fanatics to deal with. Lacking persuasive ability, I had to rely upon common sense and plain English to point out the folly of advancing. I had the power to command the expedition off, and rose to better emphasize my words, when suddenly the doubts and the nervous restlessness encamped in a deep, delicious languor, which overpowered and deadened reason. I made a feeble effort to regain my flying senses, but the soft, warm zephyr, heavy with unknown magnetic perfume, dragged my will. In that instant, I reveled in dreams, a maze of love ecstasy. My pulse quivered and tingled with delight. I was blind to all danger. Prudence vanished before impetuous recklessness and desire. I sank to my seat. Onward! I cried hoarsely, with wildly beating heart. Forward, sex, forward! And I, too, was a fanatic. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Eva Erskine. The Centaurians by Biagi, Chapter 7. The following day we reached 95 degrees, experiencing no discomfort. I awoke from a nap and found the propeller at a standstill. My 3 interesting friends crowded at the window, gazing out with the liveliest curiosity. I joined them and was astonished to see a strange, large plant resembling a cactus about 5 feet high, with greenish, putrid-looking veins tracing through dull brown leaves, a plant growing wild, vigorous, amidst a vast snow plain. I made for the door, so did Sheldon. As the first breath of air struck me, it cut through my lungs like a knife, so intense was the cold, but after I suffered no inconvenience. In fact, the atmosphere was exhilarating, though close and thick, a misty twilight. I approached the odd-looking plant. It was icy to the touch, soft and pulpy like liver, with a sticky, moist surface. Sachs, Sheldon, and Saunders hurried up, calling the plant various Latin names, to all of which it refused to answer. Then Sachs took out his knife and cut one of the broad, thick leaves neatly down the middle. A reddish-brown fluid spattered the snow, emitting such a stench that Sax dropped that portion he held, and the three learned ones bolted for the car. I watched with interest the cut leaf shriveling tip, then placed the severed portion to the cut, making it fit exactly. At once a thin film formed over the parting, which gradually thickened into a fine skin, and the shriveled leaf became soft and pulpy again, with nothing but a faint line to show where the wound had been. Something about the plant nauseated me, and I hastily returned to the car to find my three friends in a noisy discussion about it. Sax declared it was flesh, not vegetable. Saunders was positive it was a mineral product, and Sheldon frankly told them both they were asses. The plant was vegetable. How could it be anything else? I never joined in their discussions. It was impossible to convince them of anything. They generally yelled like mad for a few minutes, then each, sure of his superior knowledge of all things, would gradually simmer down and draw out of the argument. And as usual, Sax rose with that familiar know-it-all air and started the propellier going. Sheldon and Saunders continued the debate for hours, in fact, till the plants became so thick and common, Sheldon called time. We seemed to be passing through a forest of brown rubber trees, some attaining a growth of 10 feet, whose branches bruised against the car windows, staining them with their foul-smelling fluid. The snow was thinning to slush, and we jolted fearfully over the rocky, uneven road, but not till we had passed the forest of unearthly plants would Sax halt to remove the runners and fit the wheels. When we emerged from the nightmare thicket, a rocky territory stretched wide before us. Snow and ice traveling were at an end. Our course appeared to be over the lava bed of a monster crater. "I was correct!" shouted Saunders and Sheldon simultaneously, while they glared at each other. I was positive when we reached the summit we would discover the outlet of all equatorial eruptions. We travel upon frozen lava beds and— "Later on," Sax cried impatiently. "We have work to do now." A few minutes later, muffled to the eyes, we trooped out into an atmosphere of stifling cold, no other expression for it, to remove the runners. Frequently I was seized with vertigo, but kept quiet as nobody else complained. Saunders informed us we had reached 97 degrees north latitude, 3 more degrees, and we have discovered the pole. Sax worked, but at the same time watched us keenly, bawling instructions, then wasted a whole hour carefully inspecting our work. "Can't afford accidents," he explained. "We'll submit only to the unavoidable," and wheel after wheel was examined. We watched him fooling away the time and amused ourselves cutting jokes at his expense, but he was entirely oblivious. Suddenly we were startled by the deep baying of hounds. "Dogs!" gasped Sax. "Sounds like dogs!" Saunders streaked it for the car, bawling to us to follow. Sheldon suggested it might be the relief party, at the same time striding mightily for safety. Sax, in his hurry, tumbled over himself, and I, horrified, heavy man as he was, picked him up as though he were a child and hurried with him to the car, securing the door just in time. The great beast rushed towards us and sprang upon either side of the propellier, which shook beneath their weight. Sax turned on the siren. The monsters yelled and snapped at the steel, but held on, differing from other animals we had encountered, which, now that I mention the matter, are far from numerous despite the contrary exaggerations written by some Arctic tourists. But the few roving animals we did meet renounced all curiosity at the first blast of the siren, which Sax now kept going at one continual ear-splitting shriek till the huge beasts finally dropped off and made for the car. What magnificent animals they were, certainly resembling dogs, but assuredly not dogs. Their monstrous bodies were covered with long, thick, white fur, and they dragged great plume-like tails. The immense head was ornamented with ridiculously small pointed ears, with short, blunt horns growing behind. The larger animal sprang at the window from which we looked and broke it with his horns. He thrust in his great head. How his eyes glared, and what awful fangs! And how he snapped and snarled and strained and worked to lift his great bulk. Sax struck him with a piece of iron. With a howl he fell back, tumbling to the ground. I hurriedly took from the shelf 2 large fish that had been pounded to tenderness, and flung them to the enraged beasts. Each grabbed a fish. What transformation! They sat on their haunches and regarded us with gratitude. It was gratitude, purely an animal trait. Sheldon forgot prudence and leaned far out of the window, calling, "Poor fellow, and good dog!" With the fish secure in their teeth, they jumped about delighted, wagged their bushy tails, and trotted off contentedly towards the south. "They were desperate with hunger," I remarked. "They were not," Sax snapped. "They looked well fed, were fat. They feed upon those plants we've just passed, which are flesh, not vegetable. If those dogs, or whatever they are, had been hungry, they would have devoured the fish at once." "If they were not hungry, why did they come after us so fiercely?" I asked. "In our country," Sax responded, "we produce every product under the sun, yet we are continually importing foreign stuffs." This ended the discussion. When he thought it prudent, Sax ventured out to finish his interrupted inspection of our work, and travel was not resumed till he was thoroughly satisfied. "Hope we don't run across any more queer animals," he remarked to nobody in particular. "We won't," Saunders replied. "We are too far up to discover anything but petrification and the pole." "We are traveling upon lava beds," Sax informed us, "and I believe we are in the pit of a huge crater. What misfortune if it should come to sudden eruption?" "Ah, bosh," sassed Saunders. "Crater be blowed. We're traveling upon rocks, petrified earth." "Nonsense!" bawled Sax. "Order, order, boys," called Sheldon from the tanks where he was brewing quarts of coffee. "In case of necessity," he murmured. We were prepared for any emergency. The air pipes were stocked and the heaters in good working order. I was busy putting in a new pane of glass in the damaged window when I heard Sax say he saw cliffs ahead and heard a roaring sound. I heard a roaring sound also, but it was a rush of blood to the head, but I soon recovered under Sheldon's excellent treatment, which was smoking hot coffee. My 3 comrades suffered intensely from nausea, but each remained at his post. Sax guiding the propellier, Saunders ever alert for his star, and Sheldon at the coffee stand serving out regular installments with the encouraging words, "It's the best and only stimulant we can take." Though the air valves were opened wide, creating a slight draft, it seemed heavy with drugs. Drowsiness was overpowering, and though sleep meant death, the eyeball ached with weariness. Yet we managed to keep each other awake, but eventually endured a siege of suffocation that was agonizing in the futile attempt to take a long breath, the gurgling effort leaving a heavy, suppressed pain in the lungs. We were tortured with every stage of suffocation except the last one, death. There was a thin streak of life in the atmosphere. It took an hour to pass the danger zone, yet not once did we think of turning back. "Forward! Forward!" always was the cry. "We're too expert. It's got to be stronger to swamp us," Sax declared, and Sheldon has since expressed great faith in determination, grim determination. And during the trying time, possibly for the encouragement of everybody, including themselves, both aired very grand, lofty ideas about will, vitality, etc. I listened admiringly, but gradually lost interest, and in spite of heroic efforts, succumbed to a stupor of weariness. I was dulled, not unconscious, and distinctly saw Sax, for all his highfalutin will vitality, turn livid as he slid from his seat. He was gasping, and limply moved his arms for assistance. For the life of me I could not move, seemed tied as in a nightmare. Sheldon flung the doors and the windows wide, then rushed to Sax's assistance, who had fainted for the first time in his life. The icy blast that swept through the car brushed the cobwebs from my brain and thoroughly chilled the treacherous lethargy from us all. But it took some time to recover from that high air pressure, and we had considerable trouble with Sax, who took to his bunk. Saunders' predictions were correct, only reversed. He declared the atmosphere of the unknown circle to be charged with deadly gases, no atmosphere. But up to the danger line we would encounter brisk, icy winds. For upward of an hour we faced the no atmosphere problem, but within the pole circle brisk, icy breezes blew life to us. No one dared mention the fact to Saunders. Sheldon served around hot, fragrant coffee and suggested lunch. When the meal was ready, Sax had sufficiently recovered to join us and felt so invigorated. After that, he proposed we venture out and prospect. We advised against it, of course, but Sachs was known never to take advice, and we might as well talk to the propellier. We discovered a broad plain stretching east to west to an infinite distance, but straight ahead the road continued as though leveled from the side of the mountains. Upon one side huge cliffs towered, and upon the other deep, unfathomable chasms. The boulders were perpendicular and of glassy smoothness. A terrific gale was blowing. Dark clouds scurried across the sky with occasional breaks, letting a star gleam through. And once a wide space cleared, and the moon shone full, lighting up the strange, weird, beautiful scenery. If this is the dead portion of the earth, then death is certainly grand, sublime, remarked Sheldon. According to the compass, interrupted Sachs, whose mind apparently was not upon the scenery, we must travel straight ahead, and that narrow road in front is the route. I judge it's about 15 feet wide, he continued, inclined sharply, curving into the cliffs down there. We must know it's around that bend before we go splurging with the machine. We started down the narrow road, but the cutting ice wind chilled us to the heart, and we huddled together with a distinct desire to avoid moving. We'll petrify if we remain stationary, warned Saunders. Keep moving. But it's not as frigid as it should be at this altitude. It's the atmosphere at Earth. Sachs grunted and rushed ahead. We quickly followed, glad of anything to squelch Saunders, who, once started upon his hobby, was good for days. His language was eloquent, his subject always learned and instructive, and in a nice warm room we could have all gone comfortably to sleep. But in an atmosphere of ice, with the polar almost in sight... We reached the perilous bend in the road. It was engulfed in deep black shadows cast by cliffs above, but farther on reappeared, stretching along the level for miles and miles, curving, undulating like a giant serpent, and gleaming like silver in the strange light, neither night nor day. It was once the bed of a river, remarked Sheldon, who, like Saunders, was daft on his hobby. Nonsense, retorted Sachs. It's the main artery of a burnt-out volcano. Volcano in the frigid zone, laughed Sheldon. We returned to the propellier, tired out and panting heavily. The exertion made us perspire freely after a few seconds' rests. Sachs was anxious to push forward at once. We voted consent. He flared the searchlight upon the road, and the propellier cautiously started down the incline. Uphill and down into deep black hollows, we sped like the wind, and very little level was there to this riverbed, artery, or whatever it was. Ever to our right were smooth, high cliffs, and to the left unfathomable mist-shrouded valleys. The wild, uncanny scenery, magnetic in its monstrous, powerful unreality, chained the attention. Granite, mighty boulders reared to stupendous height, casting shadows that stretched to the impenetrable blue mist, shielding mysterious chasms. Vegetation? God! Vegetation in this dreadful place with its dull, horrible, mucky atmosphere? It was like a nightmare, awe-inspiring, firing the imagination. Dread silenced us. An intangible fear made our hearts flutter, and we looked forward at any moment to what? It seemed we were among the damned. Unmerciful, unjust is the punishment inflicted upon the erring, condemned to wander forever aimlessly alone in this terrible shadowland. It is hell, if there is a hell. Sheldon came and sat beside me. Going at a pretty good rate, he said, not far from the pole. Saunders informs me we're at 99 degrees north latitude, with some figuring to the west and some minutes thrown in for luck. Great chap, Saunders. Sachs is reckless to be rid of this place. The car's rocking enough to cause sickness, and not far off the road curves sharply. Wonder if he intends to risk it and go ahead. Good heavens, Sheldon, I gasped. Suppose the road ends there. No, it doesn't, he quickly assured me. I can see it farther on, but it widens and changes altogether, seems to wind down into the valley. We will certainly reach the pole, very soon. Then what? And then what? I repeated. Sachs says Asia is on the other side. He intends to make the return trip through Asia, declares he wouldn't pass this way again for millions. And say, Sally, he whispered confidentially, we might as well come out in the open and state what we came up here for. None of us have been fooled as to the other's intentions and secretly worked in search of the object, to wit, the other side of the earth. Sachs raves of the pole, but did not work years upon the propellier merely to travel to the highest northern altitude with it. Saunders pretends to be daft about his star, yet every astronomer in the world is aware of the existence of that star. It is not the star he wishes to discover, but that portion of the world it sparkles upon. And the great reservoir of fresh water is certainly not bubbling in the polar zone. But you, Sally, you have deceived no one. Boy, you mutter continually in your sleep, and the passionate murmurs could never be roused by a star, a country, or a man. An exquisite vision, an alluring phantom has fired you. A woman, by Jove, he nudged me. The woman on the other side of the globe. We all know about it. That's why you joined the expedition and fooled poor old Middleton, at the last. I gasped. Chuckling and winking, he left me, and my secret had been known all along, commented upon, and undoubtedly they joshed me among themselves. I felt odd for the second, then laughed the silliness away. Sheldon attempted to astonish Sachs and Saunders as he had me, but they were ready for him and foreclosed. Then we all came out in the open and had an eager consultation about the undiscovered country we expected to find. Each had theories which of course were different and superior to the others, but upon one point we all agreed. There was another side to this globe, figuratively speaking, a new world. Columbus believed the land where the sun set to be a continuation of Asia. A new continent did not occur to him. We are more bigoted than people of those days. Superficial knowledge and science declares the earth orange-shaped, divided into two hemispheres, with a handful of islands to cap the déjeuner. This vast globe never was and never will be fully explored. There are continents upon continents teeming with civilization, I believe, vastly superior to our own with one exception. Their world, like ours, does not extend any farther than their knowledge. Otherwise, they would have discovered us. As we neared the sharp curve in the road, Sachs slackened speed and cautiously steered around it into a steep, narrow lane, partially obscured by elongated shadows. The searchlight revealed the road widening farther on, then the cliffs ended abruptly, and we speeded over a level, low country, one of those valleys that seem so mysterious. A strong wind came up and whistled around the car, and upon it was borne the roar and boom of some far distant ocean. We dashed through the valley, which was filled with death-like odors, up a steep mountain path, and were once more on the old familiar road, banked with cliff and precipice. Sachs vowed we traveled in a circle, but the atmosphere suddenly cleared, the heavy mist floated upwards, and the black chasms we took for valleys were but a continuation of cliffs and ceaseless hills backed with a dismal vista of rugged plains, fringed by a lofty range of black mountains capped with a strange, soft glow. We are nearing the summit, Sachs told us. If the road continues like this, we should reach it in an hour. We reached the North Pole in less than an hour. The road we had followed so faithfully gradually zigzagged to the summit of a precipitous mountain, then parted abruptly at the sharp lip of a deep, unfathomable pit. The view was magnificent, grand, diabolical, and in the strange half-light fantastic shadows seemed to dance and beckon. Our route gleamed like a silver thread as it widened through the valley beneath to be submerged in far distant ice and snowfields. And down in the deep black mountain pit, surrounded by high walls of shining petrification, was the ocean whose roar had so puzzled us. An ocean? A wide pool of dark glassy substance, without ripple or disturbance, yet the roar blared, deafening, like a great horn. "Any amount," said Sheldon. "That water down there is hot." "Won't take your bet," Sachs answered. "But it's hot all right. It's lava. Don't care to investigate. But gentlemen," he suddenly exclaimed, "gentlemen, gentlemen, we have discovered the pole!" We gave 3 rousing cheers. The echo was like 1,000 voices. Saunders, after taking observations, told us we had reached 100 degrees north latitude, time 5:20 a.m. "Onward!" cried Sachs. But Sheldon called our attention to the sudden disturbance in the black waters below. Even as he spoke, we heard a sizzling, bubbling sound, and a great column of water shot upward hundreds of feet, falling with a tremendous roar. Then another column, mightier than the first, rolled upward, while the mountain quaked to the detonation. "Onward!" shouted Sax. The propeller shot down the side of that quivering mountain like a rocket. Looking back, I saw column after column of fiery, steaming substance boil upward in rapid succession. With lightning speed, we got out of the vicinity of that strange pool with its marvelous geyser-like action, and did not slacken up till we were miles away. Then, glory be to glory, we had reached the North Pole and passed it. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yanning, The Centaurians by Biagi, in Chapter 8. Sax vehemently declared he would perish before traveling that route again. We would never find it, Saunders interrupted. The craters in constant eruption, heaving new mountains, leaving new valleys, and utterly obliterating the monster fissures we travelled upon. I knew of the danger, but we were determined to reach the pole. A burnt-out volcano, Sax. Ye gods, that we escaped is miraculous. Literally, we travelled over an ocean of fire, an eggshell between. Head facing the propeller speed, but, I say, boys, look back to the Earth's summit. It looked like a monstrous explosion, great masses of rock flying in all directions, while column after column of fire belched to the sky, then poured in torrents down the mountainside, a flood of boiling, seething lava. We were miles from the volcano, but the fiery sea seemed spreading with appalling rapidity, and the Sax kept the propeller at high speed till the great barren mountains and awful chasms of the mighty polar volcano were dimly outlined in the distance. And upon the broad level plain we sped to wide fields of virgin snow. Late in the afternoon we halted long enough for Saunders to take observations. He reported the temperature fallen 2 degrees, and wanted to know if we had noticed it. Sax, who had a vivid imagination, began a speech about the sudden vigor he experienced, but Saunders called our attention to the sky. "The most remarkable phenomenon man ever witnessed," he exclaimed. "The filmy grey clouds parted and gave us a flash of brilliant blue sky. A dove ball glided into view, casting a roseate glow with long streamers of penetrating light, which fell upon us, and sending a warmth through our bodies we had not felt for months. Then the clouds rolled together, but far in the distance the great red ball blazed. It flew downward, bounded and bounced over mountain and plain, disappearing to reappear, remained stationary an instant, then swinging into space with a flash it bounded out of sight. The phenomenon lasted 7 minutes. It is the sun, Saunders explained, and touches this point once a month. Sheldon aired his doubts, of course, and suggested the wonderful sunlit appearance merely a reflection or another of Saunders' fake auroras. But he, Sheldon, honestly believed this atmospheric exhibition a deep, salmon-pure aurora at last. And then the argument was on which lasted for hours, and though they were really fond of each other, the energy displayed for flinging out insults without coming to blows was about as wonderful as the sun visiting the polar regions once a month. And during the night we escaped from the shadowy quarry land, and the lightest bird skimmed over the old familiar plains of ice and snow. And Sax began making calculations. We never interfered with him. He delighted in figuring out just how long it would take the propeller to cover this or that distance. And as his calculations always went wrong, we didn't bother him. Sheldon and Saunders suddenly became very busy and preoccupied, and for no particular reason we all grew much elated and nervous with energy. Saunders said it was the atmosphere, and the farther we advanced in the vigor-producing air, the livelier we would become. We suddenly were very jubilant, and chatted in excited consultation over the great progress made during that week, when a sudden sharp, whizzing sound, coming from the propeller, warned us of disaster. The machine stopped with a jerk, the cars bound together, and we were thrown from our feet. Then with a dying spurt, the doomed propeller bounded forward. In panic, we bolted from the car, but did not escape entirely, though we suffered a little injury. The four of us were hurled high in the air by the explosion. 1, 2, 3, the cannonading. Then all was quiet, and Sax's life work, his brilliant invention, was destroyed. Destruction was complete. And Sax ran around the wreck, wringing his hands, muttering incoherently. The top of the propeller was blown clear away, the cylinders torn wide open. The diamond prod had shot up in the air with such force that apparently it never came down again. We were unable to find it. Both cars were overturned, one entirely wrecked, but the other was hardly damaged and was to be our sole future conveyance. We tried to be cheerful, but Sax took it hard, and considerable time was wasted humoring him. He obstinately believed he could do something with the wrecked machine. We righted the last remaining car and stored everything in it that escaped the explosion. Then we buried the propeller and courageously formed new plans. It seemed easier and wiser to advance, so the word was forward. We hauled the car in pairs and changing every 2 hours, and Sax and Saunders, Sheldon and myself. It would never do to yoke Sheldon and Saunders together. They would consume all steam in argument. We travelled under great difficulties, and the outlook was anything but encouraging. Our heating, cooking apparatus had gone up in the explosion, and our store of prepared stuffs limited, but we trudged along with mighty determination. Greed is as real as genius. It is the foundation of every lofty aspiration. Those possessing the magic power accomplish all desire, no matter how wild. But a few comprehend, and still less realize, which accounts for a world overflowing with nondescript. We suffered terrible hardships, but were spared a repetition of partial suffocation. A sudden new vigor aroused energy, ambition. We could travel leagues without the slightest fatigue. Even the inevitable blockade, though formidable, could not weaken our courage. The noise was deafening as the ice packed and screwed together, layer upon layer into huge blocks, and constantly breaking and shifting, then piling up again into insurmountable cliffs, and peaked and dwarfed mountains, wedged closely with occasional gaps or alleyways. We forced onward, making little headway, some days none at all, and once to our dismay discovered we were traveling north again. Then disaster settled upon us. We strayed far from our course, and were lost in this dreary ice world, wandering for days in a circle. Almost impenetrable obstacles constantly blocked us, the tedious climbing and cutting steps in ice boulders, then hoisting and hauling the car, the descent into dangerous, curving, lane crevices, with a constant fear of ice wedging together and crushing us. And once we barely escaped just clearing the treacherous parting when the cliffs above caved in, piling high in the opening. The exhausting weeks of profitless travel harrowed us to desperation, and I cursed my folly in joining the expedition. We seemed hopelessly, irretrievably lost. With the exception of myself, all suffered some ailment. Sax lost 2 fingers. The frozen members had to be amputated. Saunders had an attack of scurvy, which I treated successfully, but could not cure permanently. I consoled and advised the pair to rest easy. Sheldon thought we could manage with frequent stoppages, but he soon joined his unhappy comrades, very seriously hurt. And trudging along, his mind thousands of miles away, presumably upon the elusive body of water, he calmly stepped in a rugged new parting, falling his length and breaking his ankle. I sealed the bones, but Sheldon was laid up 2 months and would carry a game leg the rest of his life. He was keen with energy and accomplished much during his imprisonment. He studied a map of the new continent, and out of the debris collected from the lost propeller, fashioned a queer concern which he called a stove. And Sex mixed some mysterious ingredient with the oil the Eskimo gave him, and it produced a fluid that burned, but stink. Still it threw out considerable heat, and we managed a little cooking. This comfort lifted some of the gloom. We became more cheerful, and affairs seemed to take a sudden boom. But we wandered 5 months in confusion and misery. Then at last, through the merest trail, discovered an outlet from this icy hell. Birds sailed above, monstrous feathered creatures, shrieking and flapping their huge wings as though to attract attention. Later, a great flock like an enormous black cloud sailed over diagonally in a southerly direction. We decided to follow the birds. Possibly it was death, but in the present predicament, death was a certainty. Cautiously, persistently, we advanced, slowly conquering our awful difficulties. This encouraged us, and congratulating each other, we redoubled our efforts. And in 3 weeks, were freed of the hellish blockade. We yelled, mad with joy, and looked upon the grandest sight man ever viewed. And before us, an interminable expanse of the ocean, whose waters were the clearest, most limpid green, with billows soaring mountain high, and crested with the most delicate tracery of foaming lace. Yet the strength, suction contained in those voluminous waves was terrifying, magnificent, seeming to increase with monstrous power as though to engulf the universe. Far to the north was a stifling, frozen world, and from the vast unit giant floes constantly broke and parted to be borne swiftly southward by the powerful current. And to the south, as far as the eye reached, this mighty ocean roared and boomed in superb grandeur and solitude, banked by a level coast of ice and snow. We followed the coastline, and Sex indulged in calculations, figuring that with even travel we should be rid of this infernal snow region in about 8 weeks. He informed us this great body of water was a continuation of the Arctic Ocean, and we had been traveling all along over its petrified or frozen surface. It was his opinion that at present we were drifting southward upon a huge floe. Possibly he believed this, but I have always thought he wished to excite Saunders, who had been unusually silent of late. Sheldon, wide awake and understanding, suggested that we had doubled our tracks and were now invading an undiscovered portion of Greenland. It occurred to him, Sheldon, there was something familiar about the scenery. But Saunders wouldn't bite, and muttered something to the effect that he didn't give a D. Sheldon chuckled knowingly. We discovered seal and walrus in enormous numbers, great fellows sprawling over rocks and icy beach. They stared at us in astonishment, puzzled wondering what species we might be. Farther down the coast, we fell in with birds by the million. Undoubtedly, they belonged to the seagull family, but resembled storks, with plumage varying from grey to white. And great birds of solemn mien, and they would form in line right to the water's edge, and stand there upon one leg for hours. We never found out what they were waiting for, and our approach did not disturb them. I firmly believe that strong regimental line was formed merely for slumber. They were easily captured, and when cooked and spiced were good eating, tender, palatable, though the second bird convinced us the first was sufficient. Their eggs we found in great quantities, in size and flavor much the same as duck eggs, and vastly superior to the birds. But we lived principally upon fish, sad fish, in great speckled beauties, with a flavor. All are expert in some particular culinary preparation, and Sex was magnificent in sauté. He could saute anything, and he was thankful to be alive and enjoy. Sheldon was the only man in the world who could boil a steak properly, and Saunders excelled in salads and potato pancakes. I cooked fish, dropping them alive in boiling oil of sufficient quantity for them to swim in. It is the way to cook fish. Spared for my millions, I would have been a famous chef. We traveled inland to avoid the furious coast gale, and sighted a huge polar bear trekking further north. He spied us about at the same time, and after intently watching our calisthenics, wheeled around and stealthily followed us, at times disappearing altogether, then unexpectedly bobbing to view again with the distance between us shorter. Though we puzzled him, he finally wearied of a tame spot, and suddenly rushed us, determined to investigate. Sex, alert, aimed carefully. He was a prize shot, and it was all over instantly. We enjoyed some excellent steaks. We encountered numerous packs of the strange horned animal. They traveled in flocks like sheep, and had a well-fed appearance, though what they fed upon was a mystery. They did not attack us, merely surrounded the car, sniffing curiously. These flocks finally became so numerous we gave up the rush for the car every time we saw them approaching, and made friends instead. They invariably surrounded us, but we petted and played with them, receiving responsive barks while they frantically wagged their great bushy tails. They were dogs, a strange new species, but dogs. Where did they come from? Where were they going? And to whom did they belong? Sex advised us to be prepared for any emergency, reminding us our adventures were just beginning, to expect all manner of wonders. We had reached the other side of the world. The wretched, murky atmosphere, damp with treacherous fog, gradually lifted, and yesterday, for the first time in months, we caught a glimpse of the sun as it shone fitfully through breaks in the dull, leaden sky. The wind suddenly became warmer, relaxing the icy chill from our quivering muscles. The legacy from the elixir of life affected us strangely with something wonderfully new that each experienced, but no power on earth could force us to acknowledge. Yet silently, thankfully, we realized. Sheldon and Saunders became very springy and chirrupy, and resumed their arguments. Sex's stooped frame straightened, his face flushed healthfully, his eyes brightened. It made me happy to see the old buoyancy of the trio returning, and this powerful vitality coursing through my veins roused to flame the smouldering, ardent desires that had led me so far astray. My heart beat joyously, vigorous, lusty. Unconsciously, I gloried in my erect, muscular physique. I loved life. Hope spurred ambition, each because powerfully intent upon his particular hobby. Saunders was on the alert for the wonderful star that failed to appear. Sheldon voiced for the thousandth time his opinion concerning his great body of fresh water, stating positively that it rested in the hollow of the highest peak in the universe, which peak he had still to locate, as Sax continually reminded him. Sax, in his pride, became rather arrogant. He was the only one who had succeeded. He discovered the North Pole and the other side of the earth, and naturally gave himself airs, confidentially telling me the boys were doomed to disappointment because of their vague, nonsensical beliefs, and the research is after the impossible. He advised me to spruce up and quit worrying about that female, who would prove only a digger if we ever did find her, which is very, very doubtful. He tantalized Sheldon out of his usual good nature, who testily advised Sax to curb his stiff assurance, as he had still to prove we were not traveling Asia. Nothing roused Sax's ire more than to hint that this new portion of the globe was Asia. The dispute lasted hours and once nearly came to blows, but Saunders interfered with a remarkable theory of his own, which, after the first surprise, threw the belligerents into spasms of laughter. Then Saunders discovered his star, or thought he did. Sheldon and I had turned in, after holding the greater part of the day, when wild shouting outside startled us. We sprang up in alarm, thinking we were attacked by animals or savages, and rushed to the rescue. Sax, open-mouthed, was gazing heavenward, and Saunders, crazy with excitement, bounced up and down like a rubber ball, gesticulating wildly. The stars sparkled brilliantly in the soft, deep blue twilight sky, but right above us the great globe of light burned red, swinging in the atmosphere as though attached to a gigantic pendulum. "It's the star!" gasped Saunders. "My God, the star!" "It flashed there suddenly," echoed Sax. "The sky cleared shortly after you turned in, and we were stargaping when that thing burst into view like a meteor." I knew it wasn't a star, but I kept quiet. To air opinions is the worst policy. I never make a noise unless invited. We examined the great light through the telescope. Saunders, disappointed and perplexed, at last admitted it was not a star, and he'd be damned if he could make out what it was. Through the telescope, the star had a curious shaped shadow around it, which served to puzzle us more. Sax said it looked like the searchlight of the lost Propylaea. Sheldon snickered and suggested it was a signal from the relief expedition. The pole was still to be discovered, and we were lost wandering around our own side of the earth. Sporty old Sax nodded approval. "Quite right," he replied. "I agree with you. That light up there is a signal of some sort, possibly of searchers. But we'll cross the pole, all right. Yet of late I've been thinking if we could discover a new route, it would be wise to turn back. Earth and the moon are similarly degenerating. We have discovered the dead portion of our globe. As provisions are giving out, it occurs to me the situation is becoming embarrassing." Sheldon looked uncomfortable and contrite, and this was preferable to him than turning back without discovering his freshwater ocean. Sax nagged him unmercifully, but eventually they shook hands. Then again we turned our attention to the fiery globe above. While we indulged in side arguments, Saunders had been intently studying the great light, but could give no satisfactory explanation as to its business up among the stars. Sax suggested we signal to it, and hurriedly began searching among the storage, at last finding, packed near the roof, a narrow, oblong box, containing rockets, which had been secreted in our luggage as a joke. for the purpose of occasionally letting the relief party know your location, was written neatly on a card inside the box. "Old Jordan's trick," muttered Sachs, while I aired my suspicions that the powder had become damp or something equally mysterious had happened to it. And there is always something wrong with rockets. Sachs scowled, but signified his intention of sending up rockets just to see what effect they would have upon that red globe. "For," he concluded, "it is not a star, nor a moon, nor a sun. It is nothing belonging to the heavens." We trooped out, each armed with a rocket, then the signal simultaneously up the wrist, bursting with a report into velvet-hued sparks, and descending in the usual golden shower. The effect upon the bright globe was startling. Like a shot, it flashed across the sky, taking a long, filmy, roseate path. Small and smaller it grew, then vanished in space. Though still mystified, we were satisfied with the experiment. The next day dawned clear, warm. Towards noon the heat became so intense we were forced to give up travel till evening. Sachs and Saunders had covered 7 miles during the night, and we made 2 in the early morning. Consequently, were 9 miles from the point of the phenomenon. We decided to wait a reasonable length of time for its reappearance, and consumed the entire day in arguments. I was thankful when evening approached. Eagerly we scanned the heavens. The stars came out bright and clear, but nothing unusual occurred. Saunders informed us the same phenomenon never appeared twice. Patiently we waited and watched till near midnight, then, disappointed and angry over the delay, hurriedly pushed on, when we were startled by the sudden appearance of 4 great globes of light flaming just above us. "Hooray, hooray!" yelled Sheldon. "Whatever it is, it signals to us. We sent up 4 rockets, and they respond with 4 balls of fire. What do we do with them?" Sachs rushed to the car, returning with rockets, and sent them up himself. But their small light faded in a flood of fire that burst from those brilliant globes. The stars vanished as the sky turned to a fiery sea. Flames forked and twisted, seeming to gather volume, and in a second turned to 1,000 different hues. It was magnificent. And gradually the fire dimmed. The stars twinkled richly in the pinkish glow, and the 4 globes above swayed gently. Then they descended nearer the earth, while a greenish blue flame darted from each, floating upon the air like a great ribbon, the color deepening as the 4 ends joined, then formed into loops and circles, and in a second a word blazed across the sky. "Centauri!" I gasped. "Centauri!" my 3 friends exclaimed. My head grew light. "Centauri!" I murmured. "I saw it." "I should think you're dead," Sachs cried. "We all saw it. I infer we are traveling the land of Centauri." "Behind each flaming globe," muttered Saunders, who was unusually pale, "I saw long, dark shadows of very solid appearance. They are planets signaling to us." "Planets be damned," roared Sachs. "They were 4 balloons with great electric searchlights. Boys, this side of the earth is inhabited, and they are far ahead of us when it comes to fireworks." "Yes, and fond of airing themselves and their fancied superiority like the rest of us," agreed Sheldon. "Therefore, they are human. We for Centauri." End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 9. Urged by curiosity, we traveled steadily night and day. Saunders scanned the heavens nightly for a reappearance of the brilliant globes, and incidentally his star, but discovered nothing except the atmosphere was gradually clearing and the filmy twilight heralded a beautiful crescent moon whose silvery mystic rays pierced the lifting northern vapors. Sparse vegetation greeted us as we advanced, and we ran across an odd stunted plant, bearing a beautiful crimson blossom which threw out a sickly sweet odor and shriveled up, turning black the instant it was plucked. These vivid blossoms dotted the snow desert profusely as the climate grew warmer. We halted upon the crest of a hill to survey the surrounding country, which was almost submerged in a thick, floating blue mist. But gradually this vapor sea lifted, compact like a monstrous lid, and we viewed a vast expanse of velvety whiteness. But beyond, far, far beyond, though real, we feasted our eyes upon the loveliest country God ever created. We cheered the beautiful scene and marveled at the stupendously lofty mountains whose azure peaks pierced the clouds. Vast plains and valleys stretched wide, crossed and recrossed with serpentine silvery lines, and to the west, glimmering white, expansive, was a great body of water, an ocean. Through the glasses the mountains showed up, thickly covered with forest, a glorious, verdant land richly seamed with sparkling streams, a wondrous land shading into golden lights, a paradise, superb Centauri. Before we could look our fill upon this lovely promise of the future, the thick vapors descended, veiling all. In our eagerness, we went off our feet, consequently gained mightily in speed. Soon we cleared the polar mists. The evenings grew deeper, darker. The stars shone brilliantly, startlingly near and large. Then one night, toward the death hour of 12, far in the east a strange opaline light slowly glided into view. A pearl-shaped disk, lusterless like a monster pearl, of a pale pink, mystic color. High in the heavens it sailed. Saunders had at last discovered his star. He pointed to it, pale, trembling, vainly striving to control his emotion. "It is at full," he murmured. "Pinkish-hued, egg-shaped, as I insisted, contrary to all scientific statements. Gentlemen, behold, the planet Virgilius." We gave 3 cheers for the planet Virgilius. Saunders and myself both gloried in the name of Virgilius. We knew the old boy was happy, and congratulated him, then viewed the mystery through the telescope. It rose, higher, glimmering in pale splendor, weird, unnatural as it flared in uncanny, pinkish light, without sparkle or brilliancy. Through the telescope the belated star was a disappointment. Partially obscured in spiral nebula, it appeared to be in the liquid state, yet at intervals flared clear, revealing vertical bars of piercing, phosphorus light. Saunders launched into a learned, very scientific explanation, which the discussive Sheldon prolonged far into the night. The planet Virgilius was a stellar apparition, a solar phenomenon, and the farther south we advanced, the more vivid would the rose-light glow. 9 moons circled this singular planet, which revolved through space in the same sphere directly opposite our solar globe. Saunders lectured volubly, but the learned atmosphere evaporated the instant he and Sheldon attempted an estimate of the distance between the planet Virgilius and Earth. Sachs joined in the argument, shouting, "Unfathomable!" When the noise quieted, I mildly suggested the dull-hued star might possibly be a moon. This startling announcement, after Saunders' deep explanations, actually deprived my friends of speech, and I hurriedly explained my reasons for condemning the great planet Virgilius to the zodiacal insignificance of a moon, and a mighty little moon at that. I blundered along as people will who grapple with a subject too heavy for them. But Saunders seemed overwhelmed at my brilliancy. Sax scowled frightfully, and Sheldon played peekaboo. I grew caloric. Though my knowledge of astronomy was certainly limited, my theory concerning the pink flickering star was as rational as theirs, and so I frankly told them. They laughingly agreed, and Sax called the argument off, yawningly reminding us it was long past midnight, and suggested we turn in and rest the few remaining hours of darkness. Overwearied from the long day's march, restlessly I tossed, enviously listening to the measured breathing of my slumbering comrades and vaguely turning over in my mind the advisability of rising. I was determined to rise, though occasional lapses of memory made it difficult to resume thinking about it precisely where I left off. Still, with heroic efforts, I managed to strive along till quite suddenly I drowsily wondered why I worried so much over nothing in particular. I had been dozing but a short time, it seemed, when slightly roused by a vague, uneasy, persistent impression something unusual was going on. Dreamily, I became aware of stealthy movements and whispers within the car, and, believing it was morning, sleepily wondered what the fuss was about. But my eyes flew wide as a hand suddenly grasped my shoulder, gently shaking me, and Sax bent over, his fingers upon his lips. "Get up," he whispered. "We're surrounded." Surrounded by what? I gasped. "I don't know," he answered. "They look like men, inhabitants of this side. Get up." I sprang from my bunk. My three friends were armed to the teeth and prepared for the worst. Sheldon stood upon a packing box, peeking through the ventilator, and beckoned me up beside him. He edged away, giving me his place, and I looked upon a remarkable scene. We were surrounded. A band of men, numbering over 100, stood in groups or tramped around the car, silent, all intently watching the windows. Great swarthy fellows of magnificent physique, delicate-featured as the East Indian. What made Sax doubt they were men? Enormous, horned dogs were harnessed to many odd-looking conveyances. In one, seated among luxurious furs, a man rested whose piercing eyes never wandered from the car. Occasionally he gave an order, and from the alert attitude and obsequious manner of the others, I judged he was their chief. Suddenly, he raised his eyes to the ventilator and gazed straight into mine. He seemed to smile. I caught a flash of white teeth as I sank from view. Sheldon laughed at my precipitancy. "One of them spied me," I gasped. "That's nothing," he assured me. "That fellow in the sleigh has spied every one of us in turn. You're the last. By this time, I guess he's aware of the number of our band." Then he buoyed us up by elegantly expressing his belief that we'd about reached the last coil, and advised us to wiggle around and find out what the tribe outside wanted. He couldn't understand why the savages didn't attack us. Sax braced up and declared he would step out and inquire what he could do for the dusky boys. To avoid argument, he unbarred the door at once, and we all trooped out to the platform. Our sudden appearance startled the strangers, who stared in round-eye wonder, while the man in the sleigh sprang out and hurried forward, scanning us with the liveliest interest. We were not behind in that, but nodded, he responding with a sweeping bow. Sax held out his hand, and the other grasped and shook it heartily, then glanced, smiling at us. We nodded again in our friendliest manner. The whole band saluted. "By George, the relief party after all," Sheldon muttered. The leader indulged in graceful pantomime, pointing to the north, indicating he knew we came from there, and apparently he considered we had accomplished a wonderful feat. He pressed his hand to his heart, and saluting, waved toward the south, from which we inferred he had appointed himself our escort. And if everything was as agreeable as appearances, then we had struck clover. Sachs thanked the gentleman in English. The chief threw out his hands and looked anxious. Sachs tried again in German, then Italian, French, Spanish, and finally in Latin. Our dusky friend listened attentively, seeming to catch at a word or two of the Latin, then replied in the most musical language I ever heard, similar to Latin. But we were all Latin scholars and could not understand a word. We invited him to enter the car. He complied graciously, first giving orders to his men, which they obeyed with alacrity, and sleighs and dogs were prepared for action. "We shall feature as the chief attraction at a barbecue," murmured Sheldon as the car began moving, jolting fearfully with the unaccustomed rapidity. "Depend on it," he continued, "that old tomcat over there is purring till the ripe moment. Then presto! The world will come to an end." The swift motion of the car and the thought of the tremendous advance we were making inclined to me to be skeptical of Sheldon's barbecue, though possibly he was correct. Sachs was doing his level best to make himself understood to the tomcat, who in turn was equally anxious to be understood and seemed greatly astonished at everything he saw in the car. After a while he managed to convey to us two important facts, to wit, his name was Ptolemy, chief of the Ptolemy tribes, and we were 600 years behind the times. "Nonsense, he's making sport of us," muttered Sheldon, who was busy brewing his favorite coffee. 600 years behind the times, are we? I'll wager he never tasted coffee. Sachs declared the Latin we spoke was a mutilation of the language, that this savage had mastered the Latin of perfection. And the savage proceeded to teach us this perfect language and made rapid strides in the difficulties of our mutilation. He traveled with us nearly 3 weeks and was good company, hilarious but thoroughly vicious and unprincipled. He sang ribald songs that I wondered at my daring in mentioning them, and his sentiments towards the fair sex betrayed the savage. I flushed at the way he alluded to the ladies. He considered them without soul or value, and frankly told us when he and his people renounced all that was delightful, then civilization would welcome them. To efface this savage condition, the gentleman informed us, will take centuries. Till then, bah. Evidently the Ptolemies did not desire civilization. Ptolemy had an extremely cultivated palate, and delighted in preparing and introducing many peculiar dishes at our meals. An epicure he may have been, but we certainly were far his superiors when it came to cooking, and politely refused to take part in any of his messes. In return, he rated our food as abominable, but Sheldon's coffee made him blink. In compliment, we made strenuous overtures to his wine, which had the appearance of water, and a bouquet divine. It put fire in our veins, courage in our hearts, and we existed in the confidence that only the mighty enjoy. We were soon familiar enough with Ptolemy's language to question him regarding the new land we were entering. We learned scientists were exploring the northern heavens when startled by thousands of varied-colored sparks belching from the earth. They hastened back to headquarters and informed their colleagues, who flashed the news to various observatories and triumphantly published the report throughout Centauri. This aroused controversy and much speculation concerning the brilliant signals, and the following evening 4 different scientific societies sailed to the north in hopes of viewing the remarkable streams of light. Atmospheric experimenters and learned astronomers are continually invading the northern regions. Their aim is to circle the moon, Ptolemy informed us. 10 years ago, the inhabitants of the moon signaled to us. When the moon was at full, a broad stream of vivid light issued from her heart, illuminating the heavens. The phenomenon arose widespread discussion among the scientific societies throughout the country, the chief excitement being not one knew more than the other. peace came only with the waning of the moon, which absorbed the brilliant stream, and the signal never flashed again. Since that time, plans have been formed, experiments made, volumes written, all with a view to circling the moon. In what? I gasped. Balloons, muttered Sachs. I told you they were balloons, and that ninny over there, indicating Saunders, declared they were planets, bless my soul. Ptolemy shrugged his shoulders. He had become accustomed to our interruptions and patiently waited till we ended our side talk, then continued without answering my question. The four societies wonderingly witnessed the northern phenomenon. As the narrow ribbons of fire shot upward, bursting into thousands of bright-hued sparks, these wise men concluded it was a signal of some sort, and claimed they responded. Then hurriedly returned and reported to the Centaurians, who communicated with and solicited aid of the Ptolemies, the most northern tribe in the universe. We are thoroughly familiar with these regions up to a certain degree. Beyond that we dare not venture, though we have a legend that centuries ago a sturdy Ptolemy dared into the unknown and safely reached the other side. He encountered a strange wild race, became their chief and founder of the Ptolemy tribes over there. It is doubtful, as are all legends, but it adds distinction to the Ptolemies, and enrages the Otrogonas, with whom we are at war. They are legendless. Our instructions were, if we discovered anything, to return with it, or with news without delay. Our reward will be a piece of land we have coveted for over half a century. The scientific societies are regarded with respect, awe, and have a wide and popular hearing, but little reliance is placed upon their reports. They are continually discovering something that, upon investigation, refuses to be discovered, and in this instance I believe the learned ones themselves are doubtful whether they saw all they claim they did. Otherwise, all Centauri would have accompanied us north. The scientists described the phenomenon, stated the degree they sailed in, and hazarded a guess as to the latitude the lights blazed in. Navigators of the clouds are always hazy on distance. With this meager information, we started out upon the search, constantly fearing the signal lights would flash beyond our sphere and force us to abandon them. The vapors of the ice world congeals in our lungs, and the end. We had been out scarcely a week when very abruptly we came across an odd-looking car with 4 men inside very sound asleep. We were astonished to so soon discover the phenomenon, while the little battered car increased our wonder. It is a fair imitation of the one in Centaur, said to have been in use 600 years ago. Centaur is the city of Centauri. You people are the same complexion as the Centaurians. We knew of the continent on the other side of the globe, its wide civilization and perpetual progression. Science revealed all this to us, but it was reserved for the Ptolemies to discover that Centauri is 6 centuries in advance of the other side. This car and contents are rare antiquities and of fabulous value. Have you any savages on your side, such as the Ptolemy and his tribe? We considered Ptolemy about as clever as a rascal as ever existed. Savages of his caliber were not a rarity on our side, but what a sensation he would create in our land with his Herculean physique, flashing eyes, glib tongue, and cruel, brilliant intellect. His reason was tumultuous, ruling for strife, war. It riled Sachs that his invention had been produced 6 centuries ago, and proudly, with long explanations, he displayed the handsomely engraved plan of the lost Propellier. Ptolemy turned aside to hide his mirth. We were a continual source of amusement to him. But he became deeply interested in Sheldon's map of the world and marveled much at the injured, disjointed instruments belonging to Saunders' impaired collection. He examined the remaining telescope with great curiosity, informing us it was patterned after antiquated astronomical curios in the museum. Saunders reared and came back with that it was a moderately good telescope. Could not compare with those blown up in the explosion, but it had been of invaluable service to him in his labors. Then he swerved upon his favorite topic and began to bleat of the great planet Virgilius. Ptolemy roared and begged us to wait till we reached the Centaurians. But remember, he cried, gazing at us with sudden respect, though we have 600 years the advantage, you have accomplished what is beyond us. The Centaurians will go mad and receive you as gods. We gazed at this man who called himself a savage, and apprehensively wondered what the Centaurians were like. Gradually, thankfully, we emerged from the ice wilderness where for months we had miserably wandered, and under Ptolemy's guidance made a wide detour to avoid a chain of lakes which seemingly divided the pole regions from the living world. We crossed a low range of hills blocking the way to a sloping valley thinly mantled with snow, which melted to slush beneath a burning sun. The temperature changed completely. This wide marsh freed us entirely from the ice, snow, and deadly northern vapors, leading us to a rich, verdant, luxuriant country, a wonderful country whose lofty, snow-capped mountains, velvet-mantled in soft green, reared sharply in the clear atmosphere of deep azure, and Ptolemy impulsively threw out his arms, murmuring, "The potency of God is sublime. He is the universe." Yet, with this loveliness before us, half regretfully, we glanced back at the mist-enveloped frozen world, gleaming white, shadowy, mystic, beautiful, so beautiful, at a distance. We traveled over vast prairies, wide, trackless, where herds of wild horses galloped, over rich meadow land where sheep and cattle grazed in countless numbers. We rested in fertile valleys, ripe with fields of promise, swaying yellow seas of grain, and finally entered a deep, odorous, wooded country, abundant with wild fruit and vegetation. The refreshing splash of rushing waters guided us to the bank of a clear, sparkling stream, and heedless of Ptolemy's warning concerning chills, we plunged in for a long-needed swim. We sported like schoolboys, our spirits rose, we grew boisterous. The swim revived and freed our bodies from all tired aches. Saunders declared we had at last discovered the river of life, whose source springs from the inexhaustible wells of my great body of fresh water, Sheldon added. We guyed him unmercifully, but he answered good-naturedly, and the cool green-shaded wood rang with our shouts. Sax felt so frisky, he started a song in terrible bass. We joined in the chorus and traveled some distance before it dawned upon us Ptolemy did not approve of our noise, though occasionally he smiled sympathetically. He looked worried, was unusually silent, and his manner, also that of his men, appeared very uneasy. He had sent little bands ahead to reconnoiter, and all sharply watched hedges and thicket, and jumped at every sound. Finally, Ptolemy told us we would very soon have to part company. "We are nearing the Otragana reservation," he explained. "Possibly you may have to travel a few miles alone. Follow the riverbank. It leads direct to Latonia. But you'll reach the Otraganas first. They're on the lookout for you and will present to you the Centaurians and attempt to claim the discovery. I have sent a messenger ahead, over the mountains, and before you fall in with this savage tribe, the Centaurians will know the northern streams of light heralded the arrival of 4 wise men from the other side." From the disdainful way Ptolemy mentioned the Otraganas, we concluded they ranked rather low in the advanced civilization of this side, and believed we were about to encounter the genuine, everyday savage of our world. Sax got his box of beads handy. Consequently, we suggested to Ptolemy to remain with us and personally hand over his discovery to the Centaurians. Ptolemy coughed slightly and declined our suggestion, informing us his escort ended at the frontier of the Otragana reservation, a formidable but cowardly tribe, with whom at present he was at war. Bands of both tribes were continually meeting in conflict, and he considered us safer without him. "These wretched savages would have seized you long ago," he added, "but fear us, and dare not venture beyond the limit of their own land. The cause of the present war? Women. Old Otragana very conveniently died recently, and the young devil was proclaimed chief. His first act was for war. He seized my daughter, who is the most beautiful thing ever created. He imprisoned her and forced her to become his bride. Women willingly mated to the Otraganus are outcasts. Those forced into unions are martyrs. My daughter is a martyr. What a fate! I will kill Otragana on sight." We murmured sympathy. Ptolemy suddenly seemed greatly cast down, though his gaiety while traveling with us would never lead one to believe he had just lost a beautiful daughter. "Yes," he continued, "they have gone too far. They are progressing, becoming bolder, but I will exterminate them. That is their fate. For 2 centuries we have been warring with these people for this same offense. They will pilfer us of our women. The Otraganus are doomed. We shall overcome and command them. It cannot be otherwise. We are more advanced, more civilized, more numerous. War must cease, but existence can revel in superb tranquility only when humanity has mastered the divine wisdom to thoroughly control all emotions. Then is perfect civilization attained. But passion damns the universe to everlasting savagery. The Centaurians," he informed us, "were at one time divided into many tribes, speaking different languages, and being unable to understand each other, would go to war on that account. They declared war at the least provocation, then prolonged it because pride, honor, or fear of losing prestige with other nations was at stake. They would dispute about the depth of the ocean, then go to war over it. Whether the other side of the earth was inhabited was always a good incentive. Then powerful tribes would discover a weaker one had in their possession vast fields of production, or perhaps a neck of land, skirting their own, rich in metal, gems, and wars declared with the avowed intention of exterminating the weaker foe, simply to enrich themselves. Sometimes these plans miscarried, and the weaker foe became enriched. This was savagery beyond our conception. These wars of avarice brought the downfall of the nations. Today they number but one, the Centaurians, a rich and powerful tribe. The Centauri reservation extends over the whole of this portion of the globe. They speak one language and have named the universe after themselves. Their chief is revered as sublime and is a descendant of the founder of the Centauries, who, it is claimed, fell from the star bearing that name. They are a grand, godlike race, having reached the zenith of perfect civilization, yet still possess one uncontrollable passion, an irreverent desire for knowledge. They would ride the heavens, visit the moon and stars, yet dare not explore the other side of their own little planet. "Oh, Centauri, Centauri," roared Ptolemy derisively. 4 men, their own color, yet still in the savage state. He laughed. "Have accomplished what Centauri is still dreaming of, but the superiority of a superb people will acknowledge and praise your daring, a true savage, jealous doubts and jeers. I worship the Centaurians. The men are gods, the women, He clasped his hands, sighing voluptuously. "The women are divine." 14 hours later, we parted from Ptolemy. "You are entering the Otragana domain," he told us. "I am sad at parting, but we shall meet again. Good luck." We could not let him or his men depart without some little token of our esteem. This regard deeply affected them. Sax presented a canoe to Ptolemy. He was delighted with the gift. The canoes had attracted his attention above everything else in the car. He had never seen one before. I created a sensation by distributing money. Ptolemy informed me the museum contained many of these rare, valuable coins. Sax cautioned me to preserve my gold, and he became very stingy with his beads. Ptolemy had curiously examined Sax's collection of beads, but preferred the canoe because it could not be found in the museum. The beads, however, were there in every variety, and were priceless. They were relics of an extinct age. Ptolemy embraced us and bestowed upon Sax a most peculiar ring of dull coral red metal. The width of the ring reached the first joint of the finger, and was ornamented with a diamond whose least value in our country would have reached 4 figures. It flashed a steel blue glint. We learned later this magnificent gem was a production of man. The Centaurians had discovered the secret of the diamond. End of section 9. Read by Picasso Loco.
Section 10 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 10, Part 1. We entered the Octrogona domain, a dank tropical forest whose gigantic trees towered hundreds of feet. Giant palms shaded glassy pools, dark green, where huge pale lilies floated, poisoning the air with their strong, sweet, sickening odor. In this moist, slumberous richness, heavy with unhealthy vapors, flowers of marvelous beauty and strange unknown fruits, berries grew in abundance. Sheldon, who was fond of strawberries, gathered a quantity of deep red, luscious-appearing fruit, but Zax warned him against eating them, declaring the berries too large, that strawberries of great size always tasted like turnips. These berries were stringy and juiceless, with a peculiar sharp flavor that blistered the palate. Fortunately, we refused the first mouthful. The fruit was poisonous. But we indulged freely in rich purple clusters of wild grapes, with a deep wine flavor, and thoroughly satisfied our curiosity regarding all fruit discovered in our wanderings. For nearly a week we roamed in the enchanting Octrogona forest, but so nary an Octrogona. We strayed far from the river bank, lost our way, and in the confusion trying to find it, plunged deeper into the wondrous tropical maze. The forest was alive with animal and bird mysteries. For hours we followed strange uncouth tracks, made by some monster. Occasionally the wood rang with shrill bell-like notes, followed by groaning, moaning sounds that chilled us. The roaring of distant lions was cheerful in comparison, but forced us to realize our peril. Monstrous birds of gay plumage chirped to us, but flew higher in the trees as we approached. Great red and gold serpents coiled and twisted, but glided to higher branches as we stopped to watch them, where they regarded us curiously from their brilliant unblinking eyes. Once we came near being trampled under by a strange wild herd of ponies. They clattered past, snorting and neighing, and glared viciously at us. They were queer, shaggy little ponies with monstrous heads. Frequently, as dusk approached, we were startled by wild, uncanny hoots, and saw huge, elongated bodies whir from tree to tree. We came across one of these creatures lying prone upon the ground, its immense gauze wings spread wide in the sun. Believing it dead, we poked and prodded the body, which was covered with a pale brown down. Zax, very curious, attempted to turn the thing on its back. Suddenly the wings fluttered, the mouth opened wide, and out forked pointed red fangs. With a loud sibilant sound it flew up in the tree. We watched it as it gently settled among the branches. "Queer thing, neither animal nor fowl," mused Sheldon. "It's animal," Zax informed us in authoritative yet argumentative tones. "It's the winged lizard, which has become extinct on our side." Sheldon coughed doubtfully. "Flying lizard, ahem." We encountered a colony of gigantic apes dwelling in little huts made of foliage and tree branches. The tiny village rested in a wide enclosure. Our approach created great excitement. The apes trooped from their huts and clustered around us. They seemed friendly, but one huge fellow familiarly grasped Zax's shoulder. The next instant he sprawled upon the ground. Then they showed fight, but we routed them. They rushed up the trees, shrieking and chattering, and began pelting us with leaden fruit. We stampeded. Sheldon and Saunders speeded and left us to haul the car. When we caught up with them, they were learnedly wrangling over Darwin. "Wrong, boys, altogether wrong," Zax solemnly informed them. "We've committed a grave blunder. Those were the Octrogonas, and we've insulted them." Zax joined the Darwin debate. The clear, sparkling stream, which Saunders vowed was the river of life, proved us elusive, but we did not despair. The luxurious forest was way ahead of the ice blockade, and feeling confident that ultimately we would be discovered by either the Octrogoners or Centaurians, we leisurely and cheerfully penetrated deeper into the dense, mystic wood, under the impression we could discover a new route, and unexpectedly stumbled across not the long-searched-for river, but the Octrogoners, who seemed astounded at seeing us. They closed around us at once. Warriors, magnificent men, clad for war in steel-like armor, light as wool. They were a detachment of the Octrogona army guarding the frontier. We told them where we came from, had been discovered by the Potolilis, and had strayed from the river bank. Judging from their astonishment, it was the first they'd heard of us, but they treated us with the greatest courtesy, the captain explaining that his regiment had been camped in the woods for weeks. They received little news, but were aware that warring tribes had met in several engagements, and with a whoop informed us the Octrogoners had been victorious in all. What the war was over, they neglected to state. They questioned us closely concerning the Potolilis and seemed disappointed because we could give no information. They finally escorted us to the edge of the woods, pointed out the route, and there, far in the distance, sparkling, dancing in its serpentine course, was the river whose bank we were still to follow. The directions were clearly given, but at the last the captain thought it advisable to send a couple of guards with us. We thanked him and departed jubilant, glad to be rid of the strange, dense forest, which to us seemed to extend over the whole of this half of the world. We travelled in an open, rugged country, meeting numerous detachments, small armies bound for some place where the enemy had been located and hoping for battle. The troops halted at sight of us. We were detained and gaped at while the guards explained who we were and where we came from. Toward evening, we reached the main camp of the Octrogona army, a soft green plain dotted with a formidable array of tents pitched closely together, row upon row. The Octrogona army numbered thousands. Evidently we were expected. Pickets lowered arms as we passed, and the news flew of our arrival. Warriors trooped from their quarters to gaze wonderingly at us and our strange little car, and reverently helmets were raised in salute. Then suddenly the air rang with cheers. We uncovered, shouting response. The soldiers crowded about us in welcome. We were detained a few minutes, then hustled into the car, and dozens of willing hands pulled us along at a lively speed. Accompanied by cheering hundreds, we halted before a wide, square tent staked in the center of the camp, and were escorted to a cool, fragrant room fitted up with barbaric splendor. A hanging of skin was flung aside, and a man advanced to meet us. We knew at once this was Octrogona. He was darkly handsome, magnificent physique, his magnetism invincible. He was born to rule. With piercing glance he scanned our faces. Then, like a mask, the sternness vanished. His smile was as sweetly alluring as a woman's. "Greetings, greetings," he cried, clasping Sax's hand. We clustered about him, and each in turn received the embrace of welcome. He motioned us to seats, then explained he had been commissioned by the Centaurians to discover the cause of the phenomenal northern lights, but Potolili, with whom he was at war, his face darkened ominously, had spies, vermin crawling throughout the Octrogona forces, who conveyed to their chief the news of the Northern Commission, and so on. Potolili at once organized and headed an expedition and was well on his way north before the Octrogoners had commenced preparations. To the Potolilis, he continued, is the credit, reward of discovery, but it is an honor stolen, and for the theft they shall pay. I have vowed this war shall end only with the extermination of the Potolilis. The black tribes must dissolve in one. The enemy does not progress. They are now, as centuries ago, savages. They are guilty of innumerable outrages against us. From our stock they pick the best, and for years have appropriated our women and boasted of their gallantry because the women failed to return, they dared not. They have in every way sought to injure our good repute with the Centaurians, and Potalily's latest offense is the seizure of my sister. He forcibly removed her and her women from the retreat I had placed her in. She was the most beautiful woman of the Octragona tribe, but the moment she became Potalily's possession, she became an outcast. She hastens his downfall. I didn't dare look at Sheldon. I say, boys, he muttered, what a jolly opinion they have of each other, and what holy liars. 5-1 on crafty Potalily against this fiery young scamp. We didn't take his bet, but it went hard to keep from grinning. His language was so droll beside Octragona's lofty tirade, whose eyes now snapped as he realized, for some reason, we were laughing at him. Zax hastened to express sympathy and declared we all hoped the Octragona forces would be victorious. Octragona saluted deeply, at the same time keeping a suspicious eye on Sheldon, which caused Saunders to irritably remark that Sheldon was an ass whose noisy braying would eventually get us all into trouble. Potalily's agility in discovering us evidently greatly exasperated Octragona. He will be rewarded with a piece of land we've both coveted for over 50 years, he hissed. But I'll wrest it from him. Do you know, the moment he sighted you, a messenger was sent over the mountains to report to the Centaurians, who will arrive shortly to escort you to their territory. If we were at peace, Potalily would have forced you people over the mountains to prevent our meeting, but the journey is dangerous during wartime. He suffered heavy losses during his northern trip. My troops slaughtered the Potalilys in every engagement. I had troops stationed in ambush to capture Potalily when he neared the reservation, never believing he would abandon his discovery 3 miles from the boundary line. He is a coward, sneak, and up to his old deviltry. He will not fight openly like a soldier, but it is destiny. The Octragonas will be victorious. And, gentlemen, he bowed deeply, my abode is at your disposal. We thanked him, mentioning the car, preferring not to intrude upon him. Impatiently he threw up his hand, commanding silence, then conducted us to an adjoining tent and advised us to cleanse, while attendants hauled in several huge jars containing ice water. I suppose he thinks we bathed every day in an ice lake while fooling around the pole, grumbled Sheldon, dousing himself in the chilling water. He certainly had some good reason for forcing us to clean up in water at freezing point, Zax admitted. Let's ask him for it. Ask him for what? Sputtered Saunders. Something to eat, murmured Zax sweetly, and Saunders glared because we all snickered. Octragona's quarters consisted of a number of tents, pitched closely together in a circle, and when we ventured forth, we promptly became entangled in the tent maze, butting into places where we had no business to, and startling a number of dusk individuals, who rushed upon us, chattering wildly, but promptly salaamed as though we were gods, and they were black. Phew! Octragona suddenly appeared, laughing loudly at our discomfiture. We murmured apologies, which he politely waved aside, and escorted us to the front tent. Refreshments were served. The table was loaded with strange delicacies, roasted fish stuffed with berries swimming in the fresh juice of grapes, wild game sliced with crushed nuts, and meat spiced with rich tropical fruit tempted the appetite, yet everything was cold, and Zax longed for soup. The wine was the same brand Potalily had been so lavish with, and though of a clear sparkling crystal, was searching. Octragona in his dining was civilized, a bon vivant. The service was excellent, putting us on our mettle and rousing to action our rusty table etiquette. After dining, Octragona expressed a wish to examine the car. We placed it at his disposal. He examined everything with much curiosity, and for an old string of wax pearls, presented Zax with an armlet carved from quartz, ornamented with 5 flashing emeralds. You're trading at a bargain, old boy, Sheldon told him, but he was frowned to silence and found solace brewing his coffee, which he wanted Octragona to taste. Octragona seemed doubtful of the cup handed to him, but inhaling the aroma, drank with relish. The flavor tickled his palate, and he begged for some of the beans. We decided the cultivation of coffee had become a lost industry. It seemed impossible these enlightened people had never discovered it. We returned to the tent and were served with syrupy liquor in large silver thimbles, and some queer little cakes that tasted like sweetened mud. We avoided the cakes, but the liquor, what a bouquet! And how it flushed us! Even Octragona, who no doubt was seasoned, seemed affected. His eyes flushed, his lips thickened voluptuously, and his tongue loosened confidentially. With a sigh he told us of Potalily's daughter, which originally was not his intention. "The most beautiful woman in the world," he exclaimed with amorous enthusiasm. "The women of Centauri are divine, but Potalily's daughter is heaven." "She is your prisoner," I blurted out before Zax could prevent. Octragona eyed me keenly for a second, then replied, "No, I am her prisoner, her slave." Got it bad, murmured Sheldon, ever alert to mix things. "As you know of Potalily's daughter," Octragona continued, eyeing me severely, "and undoubtedly believe she is my prisoner, which is false, perhaps you can give me some information concerning my sister Gona." "I cannot," I replied. "Potalily did not mention your sister, though he told of the abduction of his daughter." "That man is a traitor, liar!" Octragona yelled fiercely. "He abducted Gona, then, learning we were preparing for war, he sends his daughter, whose beauty is renowned, sends this lovely girl among my men to lead their thoughts from war to love. She obtained sympathy for her father and his people. She lowered my sister in the esteem of my soldiers, declaring Gona went voluntarily, having long been enamored with Potalily. This we did not doubt. By the merest chance I heard of the matter and ordered the lovely devil brought before me, and she came like the queen, enchantress that she is, reclining amid silken cushions and flowers and borne aloft by worshippers. I was dazzled and Octragona paused, his glance shifted. She is still here. Then, realizing the comical side of the situation, he burst out laughing. She and her father are schemers and have no equal for craftiness, he continued. Her mission is to influence all in favor of her people, to arouse so-called brotherly love and effect the unification of tribes, with Potalily as supreme chief. Until her mission is accomplished, she will not permit me to possess her, yet swears to her love for me. She is not a prisoner, but I have placed her where she can work no further mischief except upon me. And I love her, I love her. She has full freedom, but at the least sign of inclination to return to her people, she becomes a prisoner and a slave to my fancy. Octragona! Octragona! We heard a voice wail in protest, sweet as a bell. With a stride, Octragona reached the end of the tent, flung aside the hanging, and drew forth the shrinking woman. We knew she was Potalily's daughter. No one in the world could resemble him so completely. She was beautiful, wondrously beautiful, in a sensuous barbaric fashion. Her luxurious tresses, glossily rippled, unconfined. Her dusky neck, shoulders, arms were devoid of covering, except for the flashing gems that hid most of her charms. Soft, white, shimmering stuff wound around her form. This woman, with her great animal magnetism, could sway and rule as she pleased. The conquest of Octragona was diversion to her. She hung upon his shoulder with her full weight. He flung his arm around her. Both were oblivious of our presence. In silence he gazed into her deep eyes with intense love, and she cooed to him while one pretty hand caressed his cheek. "Octragona, I am your prisoner," we heard her tell him. "Your eyes thrill. Hold me. Your glance is stronger than prison bars." "I should say so," muttered Sheldon, who had become very restless. I love you, the siren went on. "Octragona, Your pleasure is mine." Swiftly he bent his head and pressed his lips to hers. "No," said Sheldon, turning his back upon them. "They're not married yet. Matrimony is death to that sort of thing. And I say, boys, she's playing the same old game on him, and they claim to be 600 years ahead of us. That fiery boy is as blind as a bat. 20-1, Foxy Potterlily rules the true tribes in less than a month, and I don't blame Octragona. She's a glorious woman, Jove, a glorious woman." Before we could put a quietus on Sheldon, several men rushed excitedly into the tent. "The Centaurians!" they cried. "The Centaurians are coming!" Octragona awoke as from a dream, becoming at once cold, alert, diplomatic. He gently put the girl from him, and with a deep bow urged her to retire. With a lingering glance she stepped from view. He turned quickly to us, murmuring, "The Centaurs," and he hurried outside. The camp twinkled brightly with lights. We could see the soldiers crowding from their quarters to gaze up at a dozen or more great balls of fire, which were circling and lowering like buzzards. A chariot drawn by 3 magnificent horses dashed up to where we stood. Octragona explained the Centaurians would meet us in the plains a half-mile distant, and invited us to enter the chariot. We declined, expressing the wish to travel in our car. It had brought us so far, it could convey us to the Centaurians. Octragona displayed wisdom. He avoided argument and hurriedly entered the car with us, ordering it to be attached to the chariot, and away we started amid wild cheers from the soldiers. Many followed some distance, shouting lustily, and in the enthusiasm we whooped and jumped like a brace of Indians. Octragona laughed till his sides ached. But at last we were to meet the Centaurians and witness civilization 600 years in advance of our own. We wondered what these new people were like, and gravely pondered between conflicting thoughts of hope and fear. Sheldon believed his great body of fresh water a discovered fact. The Centaurians would escort him to view these marvelous waters. Saunders, jubilant, chuckled with enthusiasm as he speculated upon the vast improvements accomplished in 600 years upon astronomical instruments, which he expected placed at his disposal for a thorough analytic inspection of the planet Virgilius, and he confidentially informed me it was his intention to join the next expedition to the moon. Zax thought of the lost propylaea and figured on the powerful proportions it must have attained in so many centuries of improvements. As for myself, I grew wild, restless with expectation. I thought of the wraith devil woman, what you will, that had decoyed me to this world. The luring, smiling beauty frenzied me. Centauri was the name my heart gave her. Swiftly we reached the plains, plunging into brilliant illumination cast by great searchlights in the towers of a number of ships. We pressed forward in amazement. "Powers above! They're ships!" Sheldon cried. "Ferry boats!" I gasped. And the decks were crowded. The boats presented a gala appearance, streamers and banners flying, the upper decks shaded with gay-coloured awnings. We could easily see into the brilliantly lighted salons, and wondered at the sparkling interior, and down the sides of all these vessels people jostled and hurried. A number of men hastened to meet us, stalwart, massive fellows, white but a dark tinge, and every blessed mother's son of them as handsome as Apollo. Potter Lily spoke the truth. The Centaurians were gods. "Good heavens, what magnificent people!" I cried out in admiration. "Aye," answered Sheldon, "to see something like this is worth crossing the pole. For the first time in my life I see a man." His remark irritated Zax. "Curtail your tongues," he snapped. "The more perfect the body, the less soul it contains. Sheldon, you've lost your senses. Undoubtedly those splendid creatures are men. So are we. Perfection we cannot boast, but we possess souls." "Do we now?" squeaked Saunders, who never permitted anyone to worry Sheldon except himself, but Zax only scowled, and with Octragona stepped from the car. "Wonder if the climate is affecting old Zax?" Saunders inquired. "You started it," Sheldon growled. "And you got the blame for it," I retorted. "Hist, don't quarrel, come along." Saunders urged hurriedly. "Suppose they expect to rope us on to those boats?" We hurried after Zags, who spruced up lively as the Centaurian advanced to greet us. A handsome, broad-shouldered gentleman who spoke words of welcome in Latin, pure and simple, much to the astonishment of Zags, who expected a mutilation of every language under the sun thrown into one. Many crowded around us, eager to shake hands, and we were extravagantly complimented upon accomplishing the remarkably daring exploit of crossing the polar regions. Of course Sachs received most of the honours, and bowed continually, while we stood in the rear, a sort of reflection. Though I noticed many eyeing me curiously, and suddenly a group of gay young men, who had held aloof, laughing and joking among themselves, no doubt at me, rushed forward and closed around me, and to my chagrin boldly criticised my face and form, muttering, "A centauri, a centauri." "Now don't get conceited, Sally," Sheldon admonished. "These fellows think you as pretty as you think them." And sizing up the fresh boys, I realized I was as broad, massive, if not quite as tall as they. Sheldon's remark made me blush like a girl, the colour flamed my face, and perceiving it, the Centaurians shouted with glee. One slapped me on the back, another patted my cheek, a third pulled me one way, while a fourth drew me in the opposite direction. I caught the nearest man, raised him above my head, swung him around several times, then flung him from me. Another rushed upon me, and, to show my strength, I caught him with one arm, tossed him high as though he were a ball, dizzied him with a rapid swing, then laid him gently on his back. It was enough. "A centauri! A centauri!" they shouted, crowding closer. Then, amid laughter and cheers, I was hoisted and carried in triumph aboard one of the ships. What a predicament had I been less strong! Such a glory, this muscular popularity! Sachs, Sheldon, and Saunders laughingly followed and cheered with the crowd. They were proud of their Sally? Well! Our staunch little car created considerable anxiety, but finally, with the utmost care and reverence, was hoisted aboard. Octrogona accompanied us to the ship simply to go through the formality of explaining that we would meet again. He gave a long hand-clasp to Zags, to whom apparently he'd taken a great fancy, while that gentleman advised him that peace is the spirit of civilization, and begged him cease the continual warfare with Potolili. "Become friends, comrades," continued Zags, warming up. "Yield to the pleading of the girl you love, or you may lose her. She will return to her people." "Oh no," Octrogona answered quickly. "I love her youth, beauty, but passion does not control me. I delight in anticipation. The girl is mine, and she will never return to her people." "This savage delights in anticipation," murmured Sheldon, "and those on our side delight in precipitation. Wow!" "Have you ever met Potolili?" Sachs asked. "No," cried Octrogona aghast. "Meet Potolili? Oh, no." "You should," Sachs urged, undaunted. "You love the daughter, you will be charmed with the father. Just give the word, he will meet you more than half." "Ah, no doubt," said Octrogona dryly. "But," politely wishing to make Sachs happy, "I shall consider your advice. It never occurred to me to meet Potolili, but it could be arranged, and to please the girl I am willing to make some concessions. Then, my sister Gona is still his captive." Sachs was pleased and satisfied his words would go a long way toward ending the war. He patted Octrogona on the back, who seemed immensely tickled about something. Sachs smiled indulgently. He considered this great chief merely a hot-headed boy, and renewed the risky topic, endeavouring to impress Octrogona with the wisdom of meeting his enemy. But Octrogona was too politic to continue the subject, and seemed suddenly very anxious to depart. He astonished Sachs by tenderly embracing him, then, bowing deeply to us, hurriedly left the ship. We saw him enter the chariot. He waved his hand as the horses plunged into gallop. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 10, Part 2. Sax twirled his cap, but our attention was attracted to the strange vibration of the ship, accompanied by an odd whirring sound, and two huge black objects at the sides slowly unfurled and gently fluttered in the breeze. They looked like the wings of a monster bat, and the boat began moving upwards. Heaven knows what we thought when boarding the vessel, but it never occurred to us we would sail the air. "It's a flying machine," gasped Sax. "An airship," echoed Sheldon, and we continued to float upward, the vessel rolling and rocking as in a rough sea, causing Sheldon to exclaim, "The damn thing'll roll clean over and damp us all out." And then, to impress the gentlemen surrounding us that his remark had been one of learning, he began conversing earnestly in his most polished classroom manner with a tall gentleman beside him. A fine old individual with a long grey beard towed Saunders off, and Sax became the centre of a group of men who plied him with questions and were eagerly questioned in turn. A handsome young man took possession of me, he was the governor's son, and introduced himself as Tolna, and I learned we were the guests of the governor and were being conveyed to Laconia in his private yacht. I questioned Tolna as to the safety of travelling by the Zephyr route, and was keen concerning the rolling of the ship, explaining it was my first experience of air navigation. He looked incredulous, and I reminded him his people were 6 centuries in advance of those of my country. "But we are considering the airship," I continued. "We are just realizing the air is navigable, and several bright men have invented machines that were received fairly well by the press, but the atmosphere did not take kindly to them. The fatalities incurred ruinous skepticism." "Fatality, skepticism are the parents of progression," Tolna informed me. "Without either, the universe would be vacuum. Skepticism is the spur. Fatality, realization. Vessels sailing the clouds have been our mode of travelling for centuries. Continual improvements have made the ships absolutely safe. I do not think the airship can be perfected further unless something altogether new is invented. For speed, comfort, elegance, the airship has no parallel. This rolling and slanting is simply the upward motion. Like birds whose wings flutter spasmodically to a certain height, then straight they speed almost without motion. Our ship will soon reach the altitude, the rolling, flapping of sails will cease, and the smoothness, evenness of travel will enrapture you. A feathered pet served as the model for the first invention, which can be seen in the museum at Centaur. It is a remarkably cunning, useless contrivance, but is the foundation of this superb floating machine. Do not fail to visit the museum when you reach Centaur." Tolna's explanation undoubtedly was very elevating, but there was considerably more to learn about the airship, and apparently we had reached the desired altitude, for the pitching and rolling ceased, and we flew straight ahead upon an infinite avenue of ether, so swiftly as to seem motionless. I was conducted to view the engine, which was enclosed in a crystal cage stretching the length down the centre of the ship. The machinery was a complicated mass of golden wires, crossed and recrossed with an astonishing assortment of tiny wheels, all revolving around a powerful arm that hammered swiftly up and down, and receiving force from a treacherous-looking cylinder dashing back and forth. I became absorbed in the confusion of wires drawn swiftly over their golden pulleys. The sheen of yellow metal was dazzling. Tolna turned me over to the engineer, who invited me to enter the glass cage with him. The kindly fellow patiently answered all my questions, no, the senseless questions of greenhorns, and explained the whole intricate mass of machinery, which comprised 5 distinct separate engines, with only one in action, and, fascinated, I watched the one working engine that compelled this huge structure to float upon the air. Then I made thorough examinations, vividly impressing the whole superb complication upon my memory. I was determined to master the mystery of the airship before returning to my own country. Finally Tolna returned. Some sign passed between him and the engineer, which I caught for all my absorbed contemplation. Evidently the engineer wished me out of the way, and hurriedly I departed with Tolna, who informed me my friends had made inquiries for me. My 3 friends were hugely enjoying themselves. Each in their element, the center of a crowd, were lecturing with gusto upon the merits of their respective hobbies. Sax was exhibiting the interior of his car, and his face glowed with pride at the extraordinary interest the Centaurians took in the engraving of the lost propylaea. Saunders was displaying the mutilated portions of his various astronomical instruments. His one uninjured instrument created a sensation. The Centaurians had never seen anything like it. Nothing in that line could compete with it in the museum at Centaur, and they warned Saunders his little old telescope would be seized by the government to be exhibited as a rare curio. He would be compensated, of course. Of course. Anyone could see Saunders grow. Sheldon was very important, irritatingly so, and had assumed an attitude of condescension little short of cuss words. He had quite the largest group of listeners, and was explaining with authoritative distinctness the many points of interest upon his map of the world. But I caught the attention of all by distributing a few gold and silver coins, and this little generosity begot a tremendously new sensation. For the first time in my life I was the recipient of thanks, the value exceeding by far the gift, and under the unusual experience I became awkward, blushed, and stammered. What a startling barbaric custom! Thanks, thanks, thanks! Prevailing etiquette of our world voted acceptance in any form but a blasé, indifferent manner, the acme of vulgarity, favor conferred in acceptance, the recipient's due, etc. Scientists delved into chaos, feverishly pursuing a wraith-like, fascinating substance they labeled gratitude, but the experts failed to discover the slightest streak of this rare ore of their brains. Universal is the belief in gratitude, but no one has ever witnessed it. Tolna escorted us to the cabin, which was richly furnished. Pale, cloudy material draped the walls, soft damask skins carpeted the floors. There were many couches and roomy seats in odd, fantastic forms, marvelous with intricate carving, massive, weighty, as though hewed from stone, yet lighter than wood. The Centaurians had mastered the rare art of combining beauty with comfort. I sank into a thickly cushioned seat and sipped the strange poignant liquor Tolna served in tiny glasses. The poignant bouquet swept the cobwebs of fatigue from my system, and boldly I complimented the handsome youth who looked as though he had just stepped from some medieval painting. The Centaurians were a marvellously enlightened people, but in mode of dress had apparently remained stationary. They adhered, probably from time immemorial, to the picturesque, easy costume of the ancient Romans, but the gorgeous pagan splendor of Rome paled before the barbaric magnificence of Centauri, scintillating in gem-studded fabrics. Sheldon, who was near, whispered excitedly, "The wealth of the world must be on this side." "These fellows are stiff with richness, 6 centuries ahead. Barbarians." "Orientals," I suggested. "Nonsense," he retorted, "but they do remind me a little of the Chinese. Same costume since the year 1. You've tipped Saunders one better. He declares these people are descendants of a lost tribe of Romans or Jews, explaining the wandering Jews discovered themselves again in the Romans, while the meandering Romans were lassoed by the Centaurians. He bases his extraordinary inference upon the appearance of these people. Says they're Romans clear through, and grew bilious because I called the Centaurians barbarians, hinting he'd got his tribes mixed. I wasn't aware there were any Romans missing." Sheldon chuckled at the recollection, and supposed the argument would last the whole time they were in this part of the world. Saunders's idea concerning the origin of the Centaurians was certainly diverting, still not impossible. But we, not the Romans, discovered this wonderful new continent, and the superb Centauris are a product of their own magnificent land. These tall, powerful men were godlike in their perfect beauty, with their close-cropped curls, strong necks, and massive shoulders, but it did go against me to see the great muscular arms heavily braceleted. Tolna, linking his arm in mine, informed me the journey was nearly at an end. We strolled out upon deck. Everybody followed, and a quiver of excitement passed through all as a hoarse shout wafted up from the earth. The ship began rolling, and I experienced an uncomfortable sensation as it suddenly slanted down from the wind and through a damp, chilling cloud. Then what an extraordinary, magnificent sight met the eye! Beneath, visible as in broad day, white, brilliant with lights, lay the remarkable, dazzling city of Latonia. Shining mosques, odd, cone-shaped domes, delicate spiral towers, reared majestically to infinite heights, tinging the heavens with flaring, gigantic sprays of brilliancy. Through vivid reflections, the broad avenues of this flashing city were plainly visible, black with a crowding, yelling mob that rent the air with deafening shouts as the gradually drooping ship gently settled upon a high steel trestle. We were hurried down spidery steel steps and through an avenue of guards, but hastily uncovered before the wild cheers of the crowd that pressed forward. There was a rush, the guards gave way, we were seized, hoisted high, and carried to the waiting carriage, where a splendid old party stood smiling a welcome. With one hand he held in check the 6 restive horses, the other he extended to Saxe. The noise, confusion was so great it was impossible to hear anything said, but we knew this was the governor of Latonia, and saluted deeply. The fine old gentleman gave us each a kindly greeting, then was obliged to turn his attention to the prancing, impatient horses, as they suddenly plunged into the crowd, which stampeded but quickly closed in the rear and raced after us, cheering. We shouted back, waving our caps, while the delighted Latonians fiercely pelted us with flowers. Once or twice the governor raised his arm in protest, but the 4 scientists from the other side of the globe commanded the whole attention. The speeding horses soon outdistanced the crowd, and suddenly swerved down a wide, peaceful boulevard. Dazed with excitement, we hardly noticed the wonderful city of bizarre architecture, except that it blazed in a continual glare. The streets were all of unyielding stone, and thronged with people, in the gardens, doorways, windows, even clinging to the housetops, who cheered lustily as we clattered past and frantically waved gay streamers and peculiar white flags ornamented with a single glaring yellow star. Gallantly we saluted this strange emblem of Centauri. The governor's palace, situated in the heart of the city, was a great, clumsy stone structure of many gables and towers, surrounded by a park of stately oaks. The tolling of countless bells signalled our arrival, the toll gates flew wide, and the horses dashed up a broad gravelled road. People hurried from all parts of the park to see us, as the governor escorted us to the great domed hall, where he bestowed upon us the embrace of welcome, then personally conducted us to our apartments. He placed his palace at our disposal, and gave strict orders concerning our comfort. The moon was ours for the asking, then turned us over to an army of attendants. These people seemed rather timid of us at first, and deferentially sounded our inclinations regarding the bath. As we exhibited a lively interest in the subject, they lost no further time about the matter, but hurried us down vast columned halls and corridors, and finally ushered us to a pavilion gardened with countless strange tropical plants. A deep rippling brook gently caressed the soggy edge of a steep mossy bank, and down this soft incline we recklessly tumbled and rolled, hauling and mauling each other, and simultaneously plunged into the water with a tremendous splash. The water was tepid and stinging. Sachs suggested it was the salt, but Saunders was positive we bathed in fresh water, while Sheldon declared it was lime, and these advanced people wished to do away with us to get possession of the car. It was certainly a villainous plot, but we emerged from the plunge with tingling, glistening skins, and meekly submitted to the severe rubbing down that even a pugilist would balk against. Swathed in fleecy wool, we were hustled through a panel door, down a winding, oven-heated alley, which led, in some mysterious way, direct to our apartments. They handed us, like toys, these cast-iron people, and quickly assisted us into fresh clothing, the costume of Centauri, which suited us well, though Sheldon whined as he felt naked. Sachs and Saunders bothered continually about the chemicals contained in the bath and quizzed the attendants, who pretended not to understand. Both, however, declared they felt as fresh as daisies and good for all night. "No doubt," said Sheldon, "freshness is proverbial with daisies, though I've seen many that reeked the other way. But recollect everything on this side is 6 centuries ahead, even to the water, and the Centaurians seem pretty rapid. That stiff old chap, the governor, is going to let us in for some tall doings." Sachs flushed angrily as I snickered approval of Sheldon's flippancy, but was forced to postpone his bristling rebuke as a sedate but very nervous individual entered, bowing profoundly, and announced in scarcely audible tones something about governor and waiting. We followed the gentleman of nerves, who seemed greatly distressed because we looked at him. He ushered us to the great dining hall, then escaped with remarkable agility. A feast awaited us, long tables spread with snowy, sheeny cloth, rich tropical fruit heaped high in wide golden salvers, pasty sweets, jellied viands, crowned with the aroma of punch. It was a congenial atmosphere. The rooms were crowded with guests who watched us with delighted expectancy as Stolna advanced to meet us. "Not a woman inside," muttered Sheldon. "Somebody had a dream like this once and woke up crowing he'd been in hell." Divining Sheldon's grumble, Tolna explained the ladies had retired. He would not detain us long, as he wished us to rest, but at daybreak, according to orders, we were to be conveyed to Centaur and presented to the Centauri. Introductions followed. We were separated in the gathering about the tables. Sheldon joined the representatives of the National Geographical Geological Societies. Saunders bossed things among the astronomers, and Sachs was the center of an odd-looking crowding group. I was told off to the sports of Latonia. There was no doubt about it either. They were sports. The wine passed freely, ye gods, wine that required years to season the system. I drank sparingly, indulging in luscious fruit, yet did I become light-headed and lost prudence. I was the gayest of the swift band and boisterously outsang them all. How they did laugh! And their jokes, ouch, levelled at me. Each ardently drank to the beauties of Centauri, then all declared some angel waited my return to the other side. Their mirth grew wild, noisy, as my face flushed. The blood rushed to my brain. Wine roused desire. I sprang up, overturning the chair in my eagerness, and trilling my goblet high, shouted, "I drink to the glorious eyes of my innamorata, Alpha Centauri." The effect was startling and enough to sober any man. A pall of silence fell upon the guests, deeper than the polar stillness, and, in profound respect, all rose stiff, erect as soldiers, murmuring in hushed, reverential tones the name Alpha Centauri. I was astonished, yet positive of some mistake. These men could not possibly know of the myth that had lured me to this land. Gallantly complimenting their fair country, I, at the same time, had been chivalrous to the hidden passion. There was some mistake, and I laughed at their solemnity, again raising my goblet. "To the beauty of my enchantress, Alpha Centauri," I sang out, but in lower, gentler tones. What ailed them? All bowed respectfully, but not one touched his glass. Then the governor, who was at the far end of the table, raised his glass level with his eyes and slowly turned it in a circle. "Gentlemen," he spoke in tones almost devout, "with the fiery young stranger I drink to the most wise, divine Alpha Centauri." At once all goblets were raised and drained. Then in silence the gentlemen reseated themselves. Merriment was stifled. I alone remained standing, sobered, but when was I ever wise? "I drank to a myth," I cried, "a vision of my brain that tortured and lured me beyond the pole. May I inquire whom you gentlemen honor?" Again the governor rose and replied, "We drank to Alpha Centauri, the future ruler of the world, the most wonderful woman in the universe, resolute, brilliant, mysterious as the star from whence she came, Alpha Centauri." My goblet fell with a thud. I tried to recover it and caught the table to steady myself. At once all was confusion. A sea of blurred faces surrounded me. "Give him water, he's had enough wine," rang the familiar tones of Sachs. Immediately the weakness left me, and Sheldon's hoarse whisper forced me to smile. The myth realized. If she only looks as she appeared. But she won't, old boy, she won't. It's some old jade with a hare lip. Beautiful women were created to be adored, never to rule. He chuckled audibly as I pushed him aside. Tolna offered me wine, but Sax compelled me to drink a whole goblet of water. Then, in a way all his own, which no one could take offence at, he intimated the day had been long, fatiguing, and suggested the merrymakers continue without the presence of the four strangers. Tolna regretted the others crowded about us, but finally, with many salutes, we were escorted from the hall. When we were alone, Sax advised and warned me, and Saunders shook his head. To think it should come true, he muttered. Yes, said Sax, your vision is mortal. You will realize what is denied to most. All have ideals. Those are rare that are realized. Don't congratulate him yet, boys, chimed in Sheldon. Wait till the ideal materializes. Perhaps then he'll want our sympathies. And Sally, did you really believe in the vision? But of course you did. The effect was powerful. You gave up everything to join us. I loved, I cried, all aflame. Sometimes I believed, again doubted, but all the time I loved, and that leads anywhere, most often to hell. Sax threw up his hands in protest. He was not a profane man, and Saunders suggested we retire. Our room was spacious, luxurious, divided into 4 by tall granite columns. The furniture was rich, but weighty in effect, and fantastically carved. The beds were long, narrow, and heavily padded. We sank deep in softness, inhaling a sleep-producing odor, sweet, sensuous. Drowsily, Sheldon uttered a gruesome joke, and Zax yawned his preference for the bunks of his car. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 11, Part 1. We were awakened at daybreak. All seemed excitement and bustle, and with little ceremony we were served in our room with a dainty breakfast of delicately browned fish, fruit, and tea brewed from freshly gathered leaves. Then they conducted us to the garden where Tolna and the governor waited. Both gentlemen greeted us with many polite inquiries concerning our rest, then impressively informed us that during the night the Centauri had arrived, impatient to meet the 4 illustrious explorers, the brave men who dared the horrors of the north for the benefit of science. You will be his guests, Tolna informed us, and in his superb ship return with him to Centaur. We bowed deeply, while the young gentleman beckoned to a man who was leading a sextet of prancing horses, 3 abreast, harnessed to a queer vehicle, a cross between a chariot and hotel bus. The governor entered, we followed with Tolna, who hurried forward and caught the reins. The horses arched and high-stepped a bit to show their mettle, then dashed into a gallop and clattered noisily through the quiet streets, sombre with the silence of dawn. Windows were raised, tousled heads, sleepy faces, leaned far out to see and cheer us, but the road was clear, no swaying, pushing mob. Our departure was altogether unexpected. We reached the sheds as full day flooded the city. A ship, small, elegant, glistened in the sunlight like silver. Several gentlemen loitered at the foot of the steps, evidently waiting for us. We were presented, then hurried aboard. The governor, in parting, assured us repeatedly that we would meet again. Tolna handed me a small parcel, his eyes pleading acceptance. Sax could boast no longer. I was the happy possessor of a bracelet also, composed of jade with 3 huge opals sunk in the stone. With a hand-clasp I signified my appreciation, and Tolna locked it upon the upper portion of my arm. we were deferentially escorted to the upper deck, which was carpeted with soft, rich material, deadening footsteps. Advancing to meet us with outstretched arms and a wonderfully kind smile was a tall, powerful, magnificent old man. Sachs gave an exclamation which ended in a sigh. We all bowed in reverence. He welcomed us. His voice had the melodious sweetness of the flute. He invited us to his cabin, and I stared in awe at the centauri of all centauri. A long, patriarchal beard flowed over his breast. Thick, snowy curls reached to his shoulders. He was much darker than the average Centaurian, with deep, piercing, magnetic black eyes gleaming beneath heavy black brows. He studied us, each in turn, and strange, the silence did not embarrass. While the deep eyes were riveted upon me, unconcernedly I examined the barbaric splendor of the room. The odd-shaped furniture glistened like crystal. There were chairs with fluted, shell-shaped backs, cushioned in delicate pink, others molded in forms of twisted and twined reptiles, cushioned in chameleon green. The effect rather created chills. There were couches, divans, heaped high with soft, downy headrests, the prevailing color white, and over the whole atmosphere pervaded a sweet, almost nauseating odor. Centauri ended the silence addressing Sachs, who, in spite of his wonderful self-control, appeared flurried. "Your invention is remarkable, considering the era in which you live, but superior to your inventive genius was the fabulous idea you treasured that beyond the pivot another world existed. Your forceful nature, powerful intellect, energy, labored to attain ambition. Such men always succeed." Sachs bowed. "I have thoroughly examined your car," Centauri continued. "It belongs to the people, and will be placed in the museum at Centaur. The government will present you with an engine perfected with the improvements of centuries, yet you will easily recognize your own machine. A great error was made in the use of steel. Had your instrument been molded in crystal, explosion would have been impossible, and you would have discovered us earlier and avoided many hardships." Sachs saluted low and sweeping, but was mute. Centauri gazed steadily at him several seconds, then, as though satisfied, turned his attention to Sheldon, who became a lively pink. "The great fresh-water ocean was discovered centuries ago. Your theory concerning the Earth's fresh-water supply is erroneous." Sheldon, who was minus the bump of reverence, sharply asked, "In what way, sir?" Centauri smiled pleasantly. "When we reach Centaur," he said, "I will turn you over to the geologists, who will conduct you to view this ocean which surges in an unfathomable hollow of the Otaga, the highest mountain in the world. It is of volcanic origin and floods the lakes, rivers, and so on, only in its immediate vicinity." "Nonsense," snapped Sheldon, regardless of everything. "I've delved too deeply in the anatomy of subterranean flows to blunder. Through great arteries in the heart of the earth, this water rushes, flooding countless natural reservoirs, and continually creating new ones. I shall positively prove my statements before returning to my own country." "All the latest appliances of science shall be placed at your disposal," said Centauri. "Should your assertions prove correct, the discovery will be vastly beneficial to the Centaurians. I wish you success." He turned to Saunders, opening conversation about the star Vergilius. "It is not a planet, nor yet a star," he told Saunders, who was all respectful attention, "but a moon of immeasurable dimension and elusive distance, the afterfilm of a monstrous stricken world, gradually dissolving midst the ether of our sphere, yet completely beyond the radius of your continent. But were it not, the shadowy rays must fail absolutely to penetrate the thick atmosphere laden with minute life which you people inhale. The Centaurians dare not stray over the sharp ice summit. The poisonous disease-inflicting vapors cause instant death. We of this land exist in a purer, clearer atmosphere. The sun, moon, and stars have no dense, fetid veil to pierce. Their beneficial rays bestow miraculous strength and rare longevity. When crossing the earth's summit, you experienced a terrible weakening of vital force, an intense absorption almost resulting in disaster. Yet, immediately escaping the dreaded circle, all underwent startling rejuvenation, a sudden, strong pulsation of restored vigor and energy. Glorious Centauri is discovered. Many animals from your continent have strayed over the unknown regions, queer, stunted, hornless dogs, and wizened birds of marvelous plumage. Instinct forced these creatures to continual advancement, while man, bumptious in semi-civilization and faltering, immature reason, invariably retrace travel the instant the grazer pivot is sighted to perish miserably in the stampede to the Reflection Mountains. In your world, undoubtedly progress is rapid, but never will an instrument be invented sufficiently powerful to pierce the vapory substance you call atmosphere for one ray of that mysterious, shadowy disk so plainly visible in rarefied Centauri. Professor, you have braved many perils simply to obtain knowledge strictly beneficial to yourself. Astronomers will accept your statements concerning the positive existence of the phenomenon they had vaguely located, but the desired enlightenment you wish to convey is forever concealed amid the blinding elements. Soaring into astral convictions is fleeting satisfaction and everlasting solitary despair. Centauri's eyes actually twinkled, but Saunders was looking ugly. Like most mild men, he was stubborn, and began reply in his usual deliberate argumentative manner. "I regret I cannot agree with your views concerning this monstrosity of the heavens," he informed the great Centauri. "As I understand you, your knowledge of the oblong radiance is as limited as mine. Yet you state positively, after declaring it of elusive distance, that it is a globe in the lunar state, a world in decline. This is most perplexing, but perhaps, after further investigations, I will agree with you. At present, permit me to state the result of my very thorough calculations. This peculiar stellar formation I believe to be a new world developing, and have named it the planet Virgilius. Its revolution through space is similar to Earth. Both planets present a lunar appearance to the other, and each globe casts a semi-eclipse over the other. Hence the planet Virgilius is invisible to astronomers of my country. The fetid mists and so on, enveloping only our portion of the globe, is, you will pardon me, altogether visionary. Encircling Earth is the nebulous radiance visibly enveloping the whole planetary system. Within this nebulous is temperature, the chart of the elements divided into 5 zones. Centauri, in her zones, is subject to the same atmospheric influences that envelops our continent. Your inability to cross the polar circle is not due to contagious vapors. The icy petrification, intangible, mystic calm of the unknown regions rouses a horrible, freezing fear which causes fatal physical dread. You perish. Centauri, in frigid panic, eternally retreats, while wandering, enterprising, an enlightenment discovers. But the Centaurians, with their extensive knowledge, vast researches, and keen perception, realize the existence of far unknown countries, populous, progressive. We, of our land, how widely different! Perception is still in the nebulous state, and centuries will elapse before tender intellect is sufficiently sinewy to grapple with the astounding problem that our own little hemisphere does not embrace the universe. Saunders gravely bowed to the amazed and delighted old gentleman, whose eyes now snapped with merriment. We four certainly made a huge square joke, but Saunders was game, and Centauri smiled very kindly upon him. "Later we shall have another discussion," he told him. Now you're under a disadvantage. Possibly you will devote months, years in extensive observation and limitless calculation. It will be interesting to hear all the extravagant new ideas you will form concerning the planet Vergilius. That's what the Centaurians have been doing for ages, are still doing, and will continue to do forever. Form theories always, never more. Baffled, they study this spectral lunar disk, enveloped in a halo of mystery that none can penetrate. But I who have solved intricate problems of the known, and delved daringly into the unknown, must pierce the denseness of those clouds whose form never vary. Which proved that these wonderful people, with their vaunted centuries of superiority, had still to conquer the masterful passion for fame, and struggled even as— Centauri mused and murmured to himself in rapt reverie, seemingly our presence completely forgotten, yet suddenly he turned his deep eyes upon me, his face beaming with a most engaging smile. Saunders and his planets were dismissed. He nodded approval, evidently pleased with my appearance. "You are young, comely," he told me. "What science induced you to brave the northern perils?" I flushed hotly, believing he ridiculed. A strange vehemence seized me. "A phantom myth, a creation of my brain, what you will," I cried eagerly. "I love, adore, the strength of my adoration will compel response. I will possess and realize heaven." I flung out my arms in a paroxysm of desire, and Centauri stared in amazement, then spoke in severe, chilling tones which quelled passion. "Your task is difficult, more difficult than those of your comrades. To them success is assured. You are doomed to failure. The Centaurians subdued emotion centuries ago. Savages, beasts alone, are controlled by impulse. Self-government is sublime. Civilization attains perfection when passion is obliterated." He rose, and with a gesture signified the interview at an end. I was the last to salute, and in passing murmured, "I have hope." "A false sentiment," he replied. "Centauri is above and beyond you." "My God!" I gasped, yet quick as a flash replied, "Centauri is a woman!" His eyes burnt into mine. "You are courageous," he whispered, then abruptly, yet without offense, shut the door almost in my face. Outside, alone upon a misty deck, we stared blankly at each other. Then Sheldon aired a grievance. "We've permitted ourselves to be mulled about by this, that, and the other, to be taken here, there, anywhere, willy-nilly. We've almost lost our identity," he grumbled. "It is well we managed some spunk before the Centauri, who, by the way, is a shrewd old cuss, and gained power through the exaggerated estimate of the people, like many on our side. But he's a harmless old chap. On the decade. Look sharp about the girl, Sully. He warned you of that himself. She's a Tartar, and as homely as sin. There's a great disappointment, sure. Squelch the flame, think of gain. Domineering selfishness is a powerful magnet." "Notice how he mentioned the planet Vergilius?" squeaked Saunders. "Why, for all his boasted knowledge, he knows little more of the planet than I do." "And," sputtered Sheldon, "he claimed the great body of fresh water for the Centaurians, called it Tegao or something." "Good heavens, boys," murmured Zax. "Have more respect for our host. He is Centauri, the Great One." "Fiddle. He flung bouquet at you, Zax," retorted Sheldon. "He'll have the government present you with an advanced propylaea invented centuries ago by himself, all for towing us safely across the pole. Travelling in crystal won't be bad. I'll be in full possession of the fresh water supply. Saunders will have his star fenced in, and Sally, Sally will have nothing to show, a dead romance, sweet remembrance, and a devout thankfulness he's well out of it." "Say, don't worry about me," I cried. "And drop the subject all around. The Centaurians are great people. Their reception of us was superb, and criticizing them not quite up to par. For instance," I concluded, pointing to the clouds enveloping us, "admire the scenery. Yes, oh yes, scenery, mocked Sheldon. Clouds above, clouds to the left, clouds in front of us, volleyed and thundered. Heard that years ago at a club entertainment. Great thing, club entertainments. Something from the Dandy Fifth, recited by a badly frightened female who, at regular intervals, bawled, "Hurry, oh hurry." Fine thing, the Dandy Fifth. Now I wonder why it's necessary to travel in these clouds, Saunders testily inquired. Sheldon was about to reply wittily when several hurrying forms loomed up through the mist. We were conducted to the lower deck and into a gorgeous dining room where refreshments of fruit, heavy little cakes, and mild wine was served, including the information that Centaur would be reached 1 hour after noon. We were shown every courtesy and greatly entertained by the brilliant wit of these men, but we learned nothing. It is wonderful how much can be said with so little imparted, but Saunders, finally losing patience, testily inquired why we travelled so high in the clouds, and expressed a wish to view the earth we sailed over. At once orders were given for the lowering of the ship, and amid bellowed commands and uneasy sounds of tightening, straining cables, and whirring, fluttering sails, the ship suddenly slanted, sickeningly, waveringly floated, then gradually resumed the former swift, even travel, and we were invited on deck. A gale was blowing, whistling, shrieking icily through the riggings. We sailed over a vast ocean of mountainous waves, whose spray dashed high, forming a wall of vapour reaching the clouds. The sensation was terrifying, elevated in this dense moisture. The roaring ocean beneath and oppressive leaden clouds above, a terrifying insecurity, impressive of our insignificance. What are we, after all? Mere species of atom forming this turbulent system of entirety. My friends, unusually silent, thoughtful, and shivering with nervousness, gloomily listened to the affably confident Centaurians. "The damned thing'll cut capers, and it's all over with us," muttered Sheldon. Even as he spoke, the ship, like a meteor, shot through a red-black funnel cloud, gathering and deepening in front of us, and swayed in a swimming darkness of thunderous detonation, whose sulphurous denseness suddenly dissolved before vivid streaks of blinding green eruption. The next instant the sun streamed upon us with furnace rays, and land was beneath, a gloriously beautiful country, seemingly smiling wide in welcome. Buoyantly we feasted our eyes upon the wondrous panorama, as with lightning speed we flew over city after city, gleaming white, glistening in the brilliant sunlight. Rivers, lakes, rippled and sparkled in wavy lines, like gleaming streaks of ore. Snow-capped peaks cut the pale distant azure, and beyond stretched miles of prairie land. Our attention was directed to a vast plain, and through powerful glasses we viewed the encampment of a mighty army. Soldiers in shining armour marched into the open, filing rank upon rank into glittering divisions. The camp of the Potolilies, we were informed, a formidable tribe of savages, at present warring upon the Octrogonus, who, though they outnumber yonder tribe 3-1, are routed continually by the insidious Potolilies. The speaker delivered an oration upon the ruinous policy of war, while the ship veered easterly, sailing swiftly from the martial scene, over extensive forests, rich valleys, and, in the heat of the midday sun, slackened speed, floating gently over the loveliest bay I ever saw, whose deep blue, glassy waters reflected elongated, fantastic shadows of the great white city on the coast, gleaming phantom-like through a shroud of heavy azure mist. Borne before the mild breeze, we fluttered to the heart of this fair city, hovering an instant in the high, intense heat. Then the ship slanted and circled downward. Beneath was the reality of a dream vision. A fairy palace glinted in the sunlight with soft rainbow tints, surrounded with gorgeous gardens, sheltered from the wilting heat by giant palms, and cooled, refreshed by swift, ribboned streams and slumberous pools upon whose surface floated strange, heavy-scented blossoms. The vessel shifted far to the rear of the irradiating palace, toward the outskirts of the wondrous gardens, where a steel trestle reared high, supporting a great oblong object, which slowly parted wide. The ship sank without a jar, gently settling, the sails folded close, while the huge metal shell gradually closed together. The flying ship Centaur had reached port. Leisurely we strolled through the heavenly gardens, lingering in admiration of the witching picturesqueness. We were told that exquisite Centaur was a divine city of Centauri. Ahem! And that we were the guests of Alpha Centauri, who would receive us some time after sunset. The exciting interval, we understood, was to be devoted to rest. The gentleman graciously gave us further information concerning the greatness and exclusiveness of our hostess. We learned Alpha Centauri was sweet, merciful, divine, and the true ruler of this grand race. The venerable Centauri existed in his laboratory. He was revered as the father of the people, whose ancestors were the first and only rulers of the earth. Not as king or chief, the gentleman hastened to explain, but just one mighty man at the head of the nation, whose wisdom, simplicity in ruling brought plenty, peace, and happiness. The knowledge of the great family is far-reaching, a vast heirloom, guarded, treasured above all their possessions. They are protégés of the sun, and worshipped by all Centauri. The speaker clasped his hands piously. We stared, amazed, though respect for the cleverness of old Centauri bounded to the limit. "Veiled prophet and pretty priestess," muttered Sheldon. "Wonder how he does it," Sachs murmured. "Humbug," I whispered. From a cool, shaded grove of tall, slender trees with silvery leaves, we unexpectedly stepped into a narrow, mossy path, leading to a wide, stately piazza with broad, sloping, velvety lawns, surrounding a great fairy palace of 3 domes, delicate spires, and strange zigzag balconies, flashing myriad tints in the glaring hot sunshine, a bizarre structure, out of proportion, with queer, protruding circular rooms and high, broad windows facing every direction. A palatial sun-dwelling whose architectural incongruity was submerged in royal magnificence. We entered the columned vestibule, cool, lofty, lit with uncertain tints, and almost saluted a marvellously sculptured form near the entrance. A fatherly individual greeted us, then immediately conducted us to our apartments. Silently we followed down the broad arched hall, up wide flat stairways, carpeted with silver-grey softness, and were ushered to our quarters. A suite of 5 rooms, 4 sleeping apartments, and a sitting room reserved for criticisms, which for thought proved the superior perceptiveness of these advanced people. Following prevalent customs of our land, we'd been separated as far apart as the poles, and not till we'd escaped could we get together close enough to compare notes and whisper of the invariable peculiarities of surroundings. Ruby-tinted wine, heavy, hard to carry, luscious fruit, and strange nuts were served to us with a delicately flavored cigar, which proved exceptionally inviting, creating the visionary and a decided distaste for conversation, then a sudden, acute realization of fatigue, and finally compelling slumber. Faintly I heard Sheldon mutter something about sleep-producing weed, but in numb indifference I soared beyond this sphere of sordid events, slumbering for hours. The evening was well advanced when my 3 friends awakened me, crowing, yes, crowing, because their sleep ended before mine. "And on the eve of beholding the divinity," Sheldon chirped. I sprang up as the room suddenly flared with light, and several attendants entered. "To make us beautiful," Sheldon remarked. We were shaved, perfumed, and attired in gorgeous raiment. The customary suit of black, which I preferred, would have created a sensation, but we looked rather well. Sachs was superb in purple, wearing Octrogona's armlet of emeralds, and the strange ring of potolili gleamed upon his hand. Sheldon imagined himself fascinating in claret-shaded folds, and Saunders, in a grey toga, sniffed at us disdainfully. I strutted, satisfied, arrayed in white with a rich ornamental border of gold. The finery polished up our tarnished gallantry, yet each felt an inward quivering excitement which we vainly strove to conceal in personalities. I tweeted them all for their conceit. They were not a bad-looking trio. Retaliation was fierce. Sheldon, being a ladies' man, threw out his chest and dark hints concerning the end of the week, wherein a certain smarty would be wondering what he came over here for, and he, Sheldon, would be the bright shining light of the quartet. End of section 12.